taken by URA. So yes, the QR code will just take your details. It's important we know who is here with us for registration purposes. The second bit of announcement is that there is Wi-Fi available, and this is because we want you to share the conversations from this digital launch. So Wi-Fi is available, and I am Veronica. Do we have the code on screen? If we can get the Wi-Fi password and Wi-Fi name on the screen, that's also available. So you will be able to access the internet and stream the conversation we are having today. Yes, and then also to let you know that the strategy itself, towards the end of today's ceremony, we will share the access portal for the strategy. So we will provide a portal on the URA website where you can actually download the entire digital strategy so that you have that with you. So the Wi-Fi name is guest Wi-Fi. Of course, we are guests of URA, so the guest Wi-Fi. And the password is URA guest at 2023 in caps. URA guest at 2023. And the Wi-Fi name is guest Wi-Fi, and the password is URA guest at 2023. All right. So those are just the three things I wanted. The QR code in front of you is for registration. Sam Barata, there's a QR code somewhere there. We need to know that Monitor is the Nation Media Group is represented. So Sam, there's a QR code on your table. Please scan and register your presence with us. Second, we have Wi-Fi. Again, Barata, don't give an excuse. You don't have data. We have Wi-Fi in case you don't have. And the third is that the digital strategy itself will be available, and I will let you know later where you can download the strategy from. Again, we are giving you Wi-Fi, so you can't give an excuse you couldn't download. It's on the QR. Perfect. So the other QR code, there's two QR codes, I think, on the table now. Okay. So there is two QR codes on the table. One will lead you to the digital strategy, which you can download. The second QR code is for your registration. So depending on which one you've opened first, you will be guided to either the download for the digital strategy or the download or the link to register your presence and your attendance of our digital launch. So once again, I really want to welcome you. And if you've just walked in, the Honorable Minister, our chief guest, is here and has gone on a guided tour. He will be looking at the data center and the contact center, and later will come closer to us here where the booths are with the different innovations that the URA has undertaken. And finally, breakfast is available. If you've just walked in and you haven't had breakfast, that is in front of this tent. So you can walk and make your way to the serving center, pick a cup of Ugandan coffee and Ugandan tea, and then return to the tent. On behalf of URA and, of course, our partners, the UNDP, we want to once again thank you for being part of this digital strategy launch. We'll now hand over to Crane Performers.
otyo mwami Musoke ndyose neekusanga
ate kiki
munnange anti gwe amanyi okunyinyonyola ebintu by'emisolo bino ne mbitegeera
ate kiki leero
mbadde ku dduuka ne mpulira ng'abakyala bagamba mbu tulina okwewandiisa mu nkola ya IFRIS.
tokikolanga
kituufu
nnyo
mbadde sikimanyi naki
eyo yenkola egenda okutuyamba okulwaninga bizinesi zaffe mu ngeri ya digito
etya
oba olina okuwandiisa bizinesi yo mu IFRIS osobola okumanya omuwendo gw'ebintu by'olina mu bizinesi yo enfulumya n'ennyingiza mu bizinesi yo awo URA esobola okukola omulimu gwayo ogw'emisolo obulungi
nedda mwami Musoke kye sitegeera IFRIS eyingira etya mu bizinesi yange
kakati enkola eno ya IFRIS eyingiza bizinesi yo mu sisitemu ya URA kubanga tekyali kya buntu bulamu okugerekera omusolo ogutali mutuufu abateebereza buteebereza
ekyo kituufu ddala bannange ekyo kituufu kubanga mazima obadde omusolo gubadde gwapaala bupaazi ng'ogenda n'osasula omusolo gw'otomanyiko omutwe n'amagulu kwegamba bambi nga tekiriiyo
olaba kakati ate n'ekirala IFRIS eyamba okukuuma ebiwandiiko bya bizinesi yo kuba biyinza okubulako biyinza okukwata omuliro naye kati wano IFRIS biba biri digitalized
bannange nenkola ntya okwewandiisa
kyangu nnyo waludde dda okwewandiisa mu nkola ya IFRIS genda ku kibanja kya URA www.ura.go.ug awo olondeko e-invoicing awo no ogoberere endagiriro URA tukulaakulanyize wamu Uganda.
Uganda Revenue Authority, developing Uganda together.
Wait, Abu, tunamaliriza. And what are you doing throwing papers all over the place?
I'm looking for an invoice for a sound system and cables that I received yesterday, but I can't find it.
You know there is a way of keeping all this in one place and available to you as and when you need it.
I really wish there was one, because the way these invoices grow legs and disappear.
I believe this is what you're looking for.
Now how did it get there?
Habo! Do you know that with EFRIS, you can stay on track of all your business transactions and improve on your record keeping?
How so?
Kati tuli ku computer with EFRIS. I just search using the fiscal document number and I retrieve the records I'm looking for. Bookkeeping becomes simple after that.
Kapo, awesome, yeah.
I began using URS Kakasa Solutions and now I'm in charge of my business. And you can as well.
Kakasa, be sure you are in charge of your business.
Uganda Revenue Authority. Developing Uganda together.
How to submit your e-receipt in 3 easy steps. Step 1. Go to your Google Play Store or Apple App Store to download the Mpa e-receipt Yange app. Step 2. Click on the register button. Step 3. Complete a one-time registration to submit.
Uganda Revenue Authority. Developing Uganda together.
How to submit your e-receipt
viwandani na
Ifris tokikolanga
tenkimbaddeki
kituufu nnyo
mbadde sikimanyi nakyo
eyo yenkola egenda okutuyamba okulwaninga bizinesi zaffe mu ngeri ya digital
etya
oba olina okuwandiisa bizinesi yo mu Ifris osobola okumanya omuwendo gw'ebintu by'olina mu bizinesi yo enfulumya n'ennyingiza mu bizinesi yo awo URA esobola okukola omulimu gwayo ogw'emisolo obulungi
nedda mwami musoke kyesitegeera Ifris eyingira etya mu bizinesi yange
kakati enkola eno ya Ifris eyingiza bizinesi yo mu sisitimu ya URA kubanga tekyali kya buntu bulamu okugerekera omusolo ogutali mutuufu abateebereza buteebereza
ekyo kituufu ddala bannange ekyo kituufu kubanga mazima obadde omusolo kubadde gwapaala bupaazi ng'ogenda n'osasula omusolo gw'otomanyiko omutwe n'amagulu kwegamba bambi nga tekiriiyo
olaba kakati ate n'ekirala Ifris eyamba okukuuma ebiwandiiko bya bizinesi yo kuba biyinza okubulako biyinza okukwata omuliro naye kati wano Ifris biba biri digitalized
bannange nekola ntya okwewandiisa
kyangu nnyo waludde dda okwewandiisa mu nkola ya Ifris genda ku kibanja kya URA www.ura.go.ug awo olondeko e-invoicing awo no ogoberere endagiriro URA tukulaakulanyize wamu Uganda.
Uganda Revenue Authority, developing Uganda together.
Wait, Tabu, tunamaliriza. And what are you doing throwing papers all over the place?
I'm looking for an invoice for a sound system and cables that I received yesterday, but I can't find it.
You know there is a way of keeping all this in one place and available to you as and when you need it.
I really wish there was one, because the way these invoices grow legs and disappear.
I believe this is what you're looking for.
Now how did it get there?
Tabo! Do you know that with Ifris, you can stay on track of all your business transactions and improve on your record keeping?
How so?
Kati tuli ku computer with Ifris. I just search using the fiscal document number and I retrieve the records I'm looking for. Bookkeeping becomes simple after that.
Kapo, awesome, yeah.
I began using URA's Kakasa Solutions and now I'm in charge of my business. And you can as well.
Kakasa, be sure you are in charge of your business.
Uganda Revenue Authority, developing Uganda together.
How to submit your e-receipt in 3 easy steps. Step 1. Go to your Google Play Store or Apple App Store to download the Mpa e-receipt Yange app. Step 2. Click on the register button. Step 3. Complete a one-time registration to submit.
Uganda Revenue Authority. Developing Uganda together.
Download the Empire eReceipt Yange app from the Google or iOS App Store or visit www.receiptyange.ura.go.ug to submit your e-receipt. After downloading the app, click Register, fill in your personal details of first name, last name, mobile number, gender, create PIN, date of birth, mother's maiden name, and register. You'll move to a new screen for submitting a receipt. Punch in the fiscal document number or scan the QR code. Select your district of residence. Then click Submit. Congratulations, you have submitted your receipts.
Welcome to Kakasa with IFRIS. My name is Martha Marunji, and in this video I show you how to get started with IFRIS. In case you missed the first video about the overview, you can find the direct link among other links to subsequent tutorials in the description space below this video. Before you get started, be sure to have your TIN, password, and company logo image. Your company logo image should be less than 5 MB and pixel size 67 by 79. The first step is to log onto the URA portal by typing www.ura.go.ug. On the menu, click the e-invoicing link. Please put your TIN, and password, and click Login. Select your OTP, which is the one-time password delivery method, on the next window. You can choose between receiving it on your email address or SMS. In my case, I choose the SMS. When you select the delivery method, then click Send OTP. Your OTP is case sensitive and be able to differentiate between a digit and an alphabet. Once you click Login. Welcome to your IFRIS account, where a number of widgets are available to you. Under your performance widget, you get a summary of your total number of e-invoices and e-receipts and the total amount of your e-invoices and e-receipts. Your user guides are downloadable documents that you can view offline. Under your frequently asked widgets, you find quick questions that can give you more information about any query you may have. Under your policy widget, you find your regulations and laws. The e-invoicing widget is a quick link to the window where you shall be able to generate your e-receipts and e-invoices, but is only accessible once you have registered to use the system. Click the home widget to go back to your landing page. In the upper right-hand corner, the sitemap widget gives you a summary of all the links and menus that are available to you in your account. Move your mouse over your profile icon and click it to upload the company logo, which shall be embedded on all the e-invoices and e-receipts that you print. Once you have uploaded the company logo picture, please preview it and be sure it is what you want to print, and then submit. Click your home widget to be able to go back to your account page. In the Messages widget, you're able to access all the messages in your inbox as well as send a message to URA. In your Pending Task List widget, you get to see all the tasks that are available that you must accomplish. These tasks relate to your documents, credit notes, cancellation of debit notes, and offline parameters. In the Track Application Status, when you provide the reference number of an application you have made, you're able to track its status. In the Fiscal Document Validation widget, when you include the fiscal document number and the date that it was issued, you're able to validate the document and check for its authenticity. In case a document is invalid, click the Report Non-Compliance link, which takes you to a new window where you can report this non-compliance. On the left-hand side under your registration widget, you're able to find your registration application form. More details of this can be found in the registration tutorial, whose link is available in the description space below. In the Fiscal Document Validation widget, you can find the link to validate your document, more details of which can be found in the video about Fiscal Document Management, whose link is also available in the description space below. In the Reports widget, you're able to find various reports, and more details of these can be found in the tutorial about reports management. In your Dashboard widget, you're able to find a summary of the receipts and invoices issued as well as your tax statistics, and these details are grouped periodically: daily, weekly, monthly, and yearly. To view a specific period, deselect the other periods by clicking on them. In this case, we are interested in our weekly summary, so we deselect yearly, monthly, and daily. Hover your mouse over the inner segment to get a summary of the number of receipts and invoices that have been issued in that week. Hover your mouse over the outside segment to get the total value of the receipts and invoices issued in that week. Under Statistics type, change your selection to Tax Statistics to get a summary of the value of taxes.
That's my little angel Rose. Together with millions of other children, my daughter Rose is assured of learning something new every day. Moses, my husband, just like many other commercial farmers, has his business supported so he can provide for us. When my other little one was on the way, even with my pregnancy complications, it was a quick, smooth ride to Mulago Specialized Women and Neonatal Hospital. Also, my new baby was able to make it through his first days with the help of specialized equipment, thanks to the reliable electricity, which has also been extended throughout the country. All this and more has been made possible because of you.
Join us and together let's do more for our country. Get your free tin instantly at www.ura.go.ug.
Thank you for paying your taxes.
Uganda Revenue Authority. Developing Uganda together.
Uganda is rich in natural resources and hard-working people. But to turn these resources into real progress and development, we need to invest in our infrastructure, education, and healthcare. That's where taxes come in. When we pay our taxes, we are investing in our country's future. We are supporting the schools that educate our children, the hospitals that care for our families, and the roads and bridges that connect our communities. And when businesses pay their taxes, they are contributing to the growth and development of Uganda's economy. They are helping to build a stronger, more prosperous nation for us all. So when you pay your taxes, you are investing in the future of Uganda and supporting the progress and development of our nation. Uganda is because of you.
Uganda Revenue Authority. Developing Uganda together.
Mugasha, did you see the game last night?
I slept looking for a receipt. Up to now, I'm still looking for it.
What kind of receipt?
There is a certain receipt. I need to file my returns. I'm trying to find it.
By the way, Do you know these guys of URA asked for 3 million from me?
Me, I paid 500,000 only.
You mean you pay only 500,000?
Yes.
They asked for 3 million. Why am I being asked to pay more?
I don't know.
You must know. We have the same level of capital, same rent, same premises. We even meet the same expenses. Why am I being taxed more?
I don't know. But for me, I sent my income and expenses via the URA website.
So they are punishing me because I did not send that through the website. Mugisha, you know these things. You know the type of expenses we go through here.
I know. But how will URA believe you if you don't write them down or keep records for your receipt as proof for your income and expenses for your butchery?
Mugisha, you mean you write all these things down?
Yes, I do. I write every detail. You see, the good, the amount, and the person involved.
But where do you get the time to write all this?
Immediately the transaction is done, or at the end of the day. But at minimum, I must know the income and expenses for each day. Otherwise, it is very easy to forget or confuse.
So, this is how your tax is being reduced?
Actually, it automatically shows me the tax I have to pay without reducing my business capital. It also helps me not mix my business money with the money I get from the garden. Aha. Do you know that this book is showing me that you haven't paid me the carton of soda I advanced you last month?
Mugasha, you also remember that?
Yes. This book helps me to remember every detail about this shop.
Mugasha, guy, you know things and you don't even tell me.
You didn't ask. Try it. You'll thank me later.
Let me first deal with the customer.
But wait, don't forget to pay the URA tax in time.
I won't. I will not.
Okay.
Uganda Revenue Authority thanks you for paying taxes.
Wange Shadia. Onkubira akasimu nensiya nga papa omutawana ki ng'olabika weeraliikiridde.
URA manja kankubuli basooka ne bampeereza ekipapula kya miliyoni 2 omwaka guli nempalapalanya ne sibasasula nengira ki mba ndi wano nga bandeetedde ekipapula kya miliyoni 6 mba simanyi mulimu penalite simanyi mulimu biki ng'omusolo gwazaala abaana n'abazzukulu sikulimba gw'okola otya.
Vaawo naawe Shadia. Omusolo tegukulemesa site naawe ng'ate gavumenti yabigonza.
Kati nkole ntya?
Okimanyi nti bw'osasula kati omusolo gwo gwonna ogukubanjibwa okuva emabega okutuuka nga 3 June 2023 tojja kusasula magoba na ngasi oba ziyite penalties.
Kisoboka kiti ekyo?
Fe abasuubuzi ababadde babanjibwa emisolo emikadde gavumenti yatuteerawo waiver.
Waiver? Byebiki ebyo?
Okay, kati kiriwo ekiti. Omwaka gw'ebyensimbi guno ogwatandikanga mu July 2023 gavumenti yagamba nti buli muntu asasula omusolo gwe mu bujjuvu nga 31 December terunatuuka ajja kusonyiyibwa amagoba n'engasi oba ziyite penalties. Yes. Kyekyo bwe kityo bwe kitambula akazanyo katambula.
Leka naawe nga URA ekusonyiwa omusolo yeekuddako tebasobola.
Kitunudde bwoti baali bakubanja miliyoni 2 kati ne bakuleeta ekipapula kya miliyoni 6 nga bataddeko engasi n'amagoba. Okitegeera? Kaakati bw'osasula kati ojja kusasula miliyoni 2 zokka. Kati gano amagoba n'engasi agaweze miliyoni 4 tojja gasasula bagakusonyiwa.
Bagansonyiwa? Bane biweeva mbisangewo okusasula.
Sasula mu bujjuvu omusolo gwo gwokka ogukubanjibwa ng'okozesa emikutu egy'enjawulo egisasulirwako omusolo oba nyiga kamunyenye 285 kadaala oba genda ku ofiisi ya URA yonna ekuli okumpi oluŋŋamizibwe ng'omukisa guno tegunnaggwako. Uganda Revenue Authority
tukulaakulanyize wamu Uganda.
Uganda Revenue Authority reminds all taxpayers to file their monthly returns and make all outstanding payments by the 15th of every month. Please comply to avoid penalties and interest associated with failure to file returns and payment of these taxes. For further clarifications, call us on our toll-free line 0800 117 000 or email us on services@ura.go.ug. Please ignore this message if you have already complied.
Uganda Revenue Authority. Developing Uganda together.
In chess, the small one can become the big one. It's the same here. And here too. Watch every move. Record every number so you can plan better. No matter the size of your dream, tomorrow's success belongs to those who keep today's records clean. File your returns today.
Uganda Revenue Authority. Developing Uganda together.
Kyangweno naawe olowooza ababbi b'oku street be banzibye saabo kankubulire natikka ebintu byange okuva e China ne baŋŋamba neetaaga tiini namba nze nga sigirina neetuma omuntu omulala abindeetere kati ngenze mu URA baŋŋambye ebintu byange tebiri mu manya gange era si byange musayina tiini namba nze kati nebya tiini namba sibitegeera naye nfudde obusete neewola mwewole ye tiini namba byebiki bannange sente zange
oba giyite namba musuubuzi zewandiisa muyiwala asasulira emisolo
kati ebyo nze njifuna ntya bambikola ntya
ebintu babigonza olina ndagamuntu
njirina
ogenda bugenzi ku website ya URA www.ura.go.ug awo n'olondako e-services then n'ogenda ku tin registration awo nno woteeramu n'ennamba yo n'omwaka gwe wazaalibwamu amannya go gajja kwereeta automatically awo n'ojjuzaamu n'ebirala bitono nnyo ebyetaagisibwa ng'ennamba y'essimu yo email address yo ne gy'obeera era nga bino osobola obbisanga emabega wandagamuntu yo then n'osubmitinga nga kamesagi kajja direct ku ssimu yo mu ddakiika ntono nnyo
nga sina bannange ebintu bikolera ddala bannaye obugayaavu kibi omanyi nti obugayaavu bukuza muki bannange weebale Dangote bannange omponyeza omanyi ebintu byange bingi byowonyeza okubbibwa nzizeyo mu URA mbalage nti njirina
okubeera ne tini namba kikuyamba mu bintu bingi nnyo okugeza mu kusuubula n'okusuubuza eby'ebyamaguzi mu Uganda ne wabweru wa Uganda okuddizibwa ensimbi okuva ku misolo gy'ozosasula okufuna looni mu banka ez'enjawulo okufuna layisinsi okuva mu government agencies zonna okuwandiisa emmotoka yo n'okugula oba okutunda ettaka.
URA tukulaakulanyize wamu Uganda.
Acquiring a tin is now easier than ever before with a new interface that is brief, simple, and cuts out all the excess fields from previous applications. All you need is your national ID or driver's license or passports and internet access, and you're good to go. No more waiting in long queues, as you can now acquire a tin instantly from wherever you are. Remember, it's free. Experience our new and improved modern interface that is user-friendly.
Thank you for paying your taxes.
Uganda Revenue Authority. Developing Uganda together. Uganda Revenue Authority. Developing Uganda together.
URA sinaba kusasula nsolo Janet lete ebbasa gye nnakuwa bannange sinasasula URA aya essaawa zigenda kuggwayo nasembayo kuwa aya essaawa zonna ebiyinza okuba nga bye bino kaŋŋende biranja bikeberere afande njagala kudduka genda kusasula musolo ngenda kusanga basibyewo
nyabo ekisabadde kifakusa tokimanyi nti URA yabigonza dda kati osobola kusasula kusimyo nyabo
nti afande
onyigawunize star 285 ash ng'ogoberera emitendera egyo ng'ofuna ka message ate URA yakuwaliza ekyapula teba kubanga URA
Thank you so much, Afande.
Okalubirizibwa okusasula omusolo gwa bizinesi y'omubudde genda bugenze mu simu yoonyige kamunyenye 285 hash abaddukanya bizinesi entono eziyingiza wakati wa miliyoni 10 ne miliyoni 15 omwaka bakwanguyirwa okusasula omusolo gwabwe ogwa presumptive tax nga banyiga bunyezi kamunyenye 285 hash banyumirwe enkola enennyango etali mu nsindikagano.
Nyabo bannange bya ddala Janet omuntu awonye layini gwe ngenda kusasuliranga ku simu labayo bannange
tuzimbire wamu ebiseera by'omu maaso ebitangaavu nga tunyiga kamunyenye 285 hash olunaku lwonna essaawa yonna wonna w'oli. Uganda Revenue Authority tukulaakulanyize wamu Uganda.
Otyo mwami Musoke njose neekusanga
ate kiki
munnange anti gwe amanyi okunyinyonyola ebintu by'emisolo bino n'embitegeera
ate kiki leero
mbadde ku dduuka n'empulira ng'abakyala bagamba mbu tulina okwewandiisa mu nkola ya IFRIS.
tukikolanga
ate
kituufu nnyo
mbadde sikimanyi nakyo
eyo y'enkola egenda okutuyamba okulwaninga bizinesi zaffe mu ngeri ya digito
etya
oba olina okuwandiisa bizinesi yo mu IFRIS osobola okumanya omuwendo gw'ebintu by'olina mu bizinesi yo enfulumya n'ennyingiza mu bizinesi yo awo URA esobola okukola omulimu gwayo ogw'emisolo obulungi
nedda mwami Musoke kye sitegeera IFRIS eyingira etya mu bizinesi yange
kakati enkola ne ya IFRIS eyingiza bizinesi yo mu sisitemu ya URA
quick update. The Honourable Minister or Chief Guest is at the second platform, which is one of the two he was meant to see before he comes to the booth. So we did the data center, and I think he's currently at the contact center, which is on the other side, before he joins us here at the booth. And when he does join us here, we'll be able to probably hear the URA team taking through the different platforms that are available, the innovations that URA has undertaken to ensure efficiency of service delivery to our taxpayers and for Ugandans at large. So if you just joined us, we did start already, and our chief guest is currently on tour of those different facilities. And as he does that, in case you just joined us and you haven't been alerted, we still have some Ugandan coffee and tea on this other side at the back of the tent, on this or the front of this tent, which is on this other side. So you can make your way and pick up coffee or tea and then return to the room for us to await the return of the Honourable Minister. I did also mention that you can register in case you walked in and you haven't registered with us and registered your presence here. We have a QR code under the table. That QR code will take you to a platform where you can register your names, your organization, your designation, and of course your details, your phone number, and that is to register your presence and your attendance of this digital strategy launch. The other QR code on your table is the digital strategy itself. So if you scan the QR code, you will get the digital strategy downloaded onto your phone. And so as we run through the strategy, during the presentation of the strategy by the Commissioner CITI, is that City or CITI? City, right? Okay. The Commissioner City, when he runs through the strategy, you have a copy on your phone. You could see the details of the strategy itself as he takes us through the strategy. And finally, in case you're looking for a washroom, it's on this other side of the tent. You just walk out and turn right. You will be guided to where the washrooms are. That said, this is streaming, and the conversation we are having this morning will be streaming on all the URA platforms, including their live stream platform on YouTube. So that is available for you to send to a colleague who didn't make it here, who would want to follow. And it would be important for you to share with your digital teams in the office where you work, and your colleagues at the office that run your IT spaces to be able to follow the conversation today, but also with your accounting officers and those that have access to the URA portals, especially when filing your returns. And that will be good for them because they will get to see the different innovations that are being undertaken by the URA that support a quick filing, but also your engagement with the URA platforms. All right. So that said, I want to transition, and I know there is a small recording that is ongoing. I don't know how that will happen if I transition to Crane Performers. But as I await that recording to end, the Honourable Member of Parliament, I will again reiterate the fact that as soon as our Chief Guest is back, we will transition into the opening session of our digital launch. Then I will hand over to my sister Jessie, who will handle the panel discussion. That session will include an open plenary session. If you have quick questions for our panelists, and they are diverse, representing different institutions and stakeholders in the tax space. And then we will officially launch the digital strategy and then have an award ceremony just before we close. That will be done in the fastest time possible. We won't keep you here too long, but we really wanted to let you know what's happening and continue to share with you the conversations that will be happening this morning. We want to recognize all our key stakeholders that did join us this morning, including the financial institutions that are represented here. I will run through those a little later, and all the government agencies that are in this space, the URSB, NITA Uganda, UCC, and all the other stakeholders that have been invited to be part of this conversation this morning. And also a lot of our taxpayers have been represented, especially the large taxpayers, and of course Casita. You are represented in this room, and we want to thank you for coming to be with us this morning. Right? So I'll now transition to Crane performers and allow them to entertain us. And Crane performers, when the minister comes closer to us here, because we might need to use the microphone, we will have to give them some, quiet, so they are able to listen to the presentations that will be made for the minister within the room. Crane performers.
Hello. 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 Hello, hello. Hello, hello. revoked initiative, which was brought on board, so a major challenge we had of visibility. Welcome, dear guests, and we are glad to host you here at the Client Experience. We are from Client Experience, my colleague Adson Karima, and we are going to take you through one of our solutions, which was developed basically to enhance the quality of support we give to our clients. Now, previously, it was informed by the problems we used to face as an institution, where we had this integrated service support solutions developed by different departments. So we came up with a solution that collects and automates all support channels, where we can see people who walk in, people who are using the touch point, people who are calling through, people who are sending mails, and we have given visibility through all the leadership levels up to the Commissioner General. So the Commissioner General services mail, and they will be received in the same system. They can make calls through our toll-free line, like you've been at the contact center, where you've actually been taken through. In the interest of time, we will have any questions. show you the new web portal that we've developed. Yes. Yeah. So we've been having a web portal which was not user-friendly to the client to access the key services that we need. But now we've changed it into a more user-friendly portal where you can easily find the key services that we need for tax administration, make payment, registration, filing returns. These are now very easily accessible on the front page. This portal also has key links to all the other URA services, custom services, systems we recently logged, and also it has other links to other extra services or other agencies. So with this portal, it is now going to become very easy for the clients to access the key services required to comply with tax administration. In addition to this, we've also made other enhancements. You know, return filing has been a big challenge. We've transformed some of our returns into web forms. We recently launched the IFRS system, and in that system, clients make their financial transactions. However, at the end of every month, they were required to re-enter those transactions in the Excel returns. But now, that is gone. You only find your return already pre-filled in with the information, and all you need to do is to submit the return. You find the liability already populated, the tax position. As you can see here, it has been demonstrated. The Excel return was more complex. It required people with high skill in navigating the Excel forms. But now here, even you, Honorable Minister, you can easily just click it and submit. You don't need a very technical person to do for you the return filing for VAT. So in this case, for example, this is a sample taxpayer we've selected. You just find that after this, you find the liabilities already pre-filled in, and all the client needs to do is to submit. The liability is already pre-filled here, and you come to the tax summary, and you submit. And the return filing is done. So in the original Excel, you had to fill in all these schedules, repeating the same information which was already provided in IFRS. So ideally, it was not making sense to capture the same information more than once. Okay, so with this now, it is much more easier. So this, yes. So there's also been this, yes, a tax incentive. Honorable Minister, there has also been the issue of the waiver of tax. Now with this portal, now the waiver is also implemented, and we're here to show you. It has come with two things: the simplification of the ledger, in which the tax position is derived, and the implementation of the tax waivers per 40C. So now in this new ledger, you're able to get the waivers, and we've made it easy for the clients to know their principal tax and the interest that will be waived if they pay the principal tax. So from this ledger, it's easy to know that for each period, what is the liability, what have you paid, and what is outstanding for that specific period, and which periods haven't you paid. Okay, so that becomes very easy now. As you can see, this ledger now doesn't require a technical accountant to explain for you. It's a period paid, you've either paid or not. Yes? Now, for purposes of payment, you're supposed to go to the payment page to see. We've now connected the tax position to the payment page. Sometimes you don't have to navigate so much to know your principal. So when you go to the payment page, you're able to see directly while registering a payment. And then you see which tax is outstanding. Let's just demonstrate for you, sir. Okay. Account. Yeah. So select president. Yeah. Okay. So here is a client attempting to register a payment. At this point, we are showing you what is the outstanding tax, what interest is outstanding. Now, if a taxpayer wants to take benefit of the waiver, so it means you're only going to pay 11 million and then the 27 will be waived. We also don't allow you to pay more than that because by default, it will be waived. You don't want to collect tax which is automatically going to be waived. So this has been made easier even at payment registration. So you only get a payment of principal tax and that's what you go and pay. Yeah. Yes. Honorable Minister, this new URA portal also allows for multiple languages, as you can.
Stop, and it will stop the conveyor. Kind of showing you that indicates a red or green to show that red. Added to that serial number, sent to URA, and URA is able to now to tell. Yes, so each product is captured. Yes, sir.
The prices will vary because these stamps are different. The stamp for soda is different from the stamp for juice or for beer. They are different. So it depends on which category. Now, beer is beer. Nairobi Brewery is where they do beer. So the stamp is different from that of water. It's unique. That's also part of.
I think as the Commissioner General is here, the Minister of Finance, based on our analysis, for example, we found that Nile Brewery is paying about 5.7 million for one company from $190 million.
34.1 billion of the year before last financial year. So it's good to monitor the performance of the local governments. All revenues collected through Uganda Revenue Authority to the consolidated account. And then also through this, we are able to give out instant tins for the taxpayers that do not have tins. We capture the information related to URA. URA returns the tin, and we're able to serve the taxpayer. And then also we have interfaced this with IFMS for reconciliation purposes. We are now in 124 local governments. The local governments means the cities, municipalities, and the districts. A total of 124. Sorry? The overall is 176, but we are in 124 right now as we speak.
So a simple question. Local governments normally complain that you override them and maybe collect taxes that ought not to be yours. What are the different tax heads and how do you relate to those local governments?
All the revenue sources of that we collect through the system are according to the Local Government Act, CAP 243, and we have put them here, like trade license, hotel tax, property tax. We only collect what is allowable within the local government. Yes. Apart from now, when we are interfacing with URA for presumptive tax, we are only providing another channel for a taxpayer to be able to comply with the revenue source. So we don't collect anything outside the law. Those that are not yet on the system.
Honorable Minister, you're most welcome. We want to welcome you back. Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest is back in the tent after what has been a very, very busy tour of our 3 centers, the day center, the contact center, and finally the booth. Honorable Minister, thank you so much for your time this morning and for gracing those centers where the URA, working with our partners, the UNDP, are pioneering the digital transformation conversation that government continues to promote. So ladies and gentlemen, we will now quickly transition into the formal event, but allow me in a very special way, again, run through our existing protocol. The Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the Honorable Matia Kaseja, members of Parliament, and Honorable Minister, I see almost all the members of Parliament on the Finance Committee. I think we can hold a Finance Committee meeting here of Parliament. And that shows the power of a stakeholder engagement that the URA has. So I want to recognize the members of Parliament who are here, and we want to thank you for joining us this morning. The URA board, represented here by some board members, our Commissioner General, Mr. John Rujochi, who is our host this morning and early afternoon, the URA management team, and I'm speaking for URA by recognizing our very own UNDP, represented here by the Deputy Country Manager, the Country Representative, Shilangatia. Yes, please give them a round of applause because that's the support we have got from the UNDP. All the taxpayers in this room. Honorable Minister, I want to report that we have an ongoing live registration process for everyone who is here. Members of Parliament, there is a QR code on your table. If you haven't registered, just scan the QR code. We also want to know you are here. But Honorable Minister, I was just letting you know that everyone who is here has a TIN number. So all the taxpayers are here in this room, and everyone here is a taxpayer. Can we give ourselves a round of applause? What I have asked the domestic tax team to do is verify if they are paying on time. And the only advantage I know, a lot of our people, Honorable Minister, were worried of registering when they came. And when they discovered the TIN number is not being asked for, they were comfortable. So everyone has registered. So we want to welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, to this launch of the digital strategy. Honorable Minister, we've provided the strategy for download. Again, URA has gone digital, so we don't have physical copies. All we have on the tables is a QR code, which we've asked our guests to scan, and they will immediately download the QR code. We want to thank the members of the Fourth Estate, the media organizations represented here. Of course, Honorable Minister, I'm representing UBC here, so that goes without mentioning. But we have other stakeholders, including, I did see my other brother, the Honorable Barieku from Baba TV and Baba FM, who is here, and I was told he pays his taxes on time. I want to recognize the Nation Media Group, and I think Sam is representing the Nation Media Group. Honorable Minister, they are going through a transition, and we are hoping the next administration at Nation Media Group will be a bit more friendly to government. So we welcome you, the financial institutions that are represented here, the agencies represented here. We have the URSB, Honorable Minister, who will help us with the registration. NITA Uganda, who are very critical in the conversation around the digitization process. They are represented here. And your very own friends, Honorable Minister Kasita, are also here, and they are well represented. So we want to appreciate our traders. We want to kickstart with opening remarks from our Commissioner City. So may I invite Mr. Robert Mutebi to come and make welcome remarks. He will run us through a PowerPoint presentation, setting the tone for this digital strategy. And I did reference the fact that we now have the strategy on our phones. So as he runs through the strategy and the highlights of the strategy, you can be looking at the strategy you have on your phones. And I want to welcome, can we give a round of applause to Mr. Robert?
Our guest of honor, the Honorable Minister for Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the Permanent Secretary and the Secretary of the Treasury, or the representative, members of Parliament, the resident representative of the United Nations Development Program, who supported us to hold this function, officials from the ministry, departments, government agencies, the business community, our URA board, senior management colleagues and staff, members of the media, distinguished guests. Good morning, or is it afternoon? My job here is very, very simple, and I'll make it quick. It's really to tell us about where we are and why we are here today. We are launching our digital strategy this morning, the digitalization and IT strategy. And the story is really simple. That at the URA, we've changed the game. Initially, we've, by and large, been playing checkers. And if some of us know checkers, it's draft. We're familiar with that game. It doesn't require a lot of trying to play with this. It's not working. Can you help me with this? Yeah, this is what checkers looks like. It's a very simple game. It's highly reactionary. It is normally frenzied, quite fast-paced and the like, and has very limited strategy. I think many of us have played this game. What we are moving to right now is playing chess. And the difference here is that this is a more complex game. It is strategic. You need to think ahead of time. Right now, when we talk about tax administration, we know, for example, e-commerce is some complicated space that you need to figure out. And it is, each piece plays a unique, is very unique in its ability. Some of us who have been walking around, you realize that what we do in manufacturing is different from what we do in fast-moving consumer goods. It's quite different from what we do for the local government, and we have to build these kinds of systems every other time. You need to think. Thank you. Clear. Clear.
Check, check, check.
There you are. Well, I was locked in one place, and it's not typical, we IT people to be in one place. But anyway, thank you. What I was saying really is that you need to think about the moves ahead. We're living in a world that is becoming more complicated in terms of business. So you need a strategy to win and ability to think. And how we think in the URA is really a story of data and being able to drive an organization that's data-driven. And so, because it's chess, it's a more complicated game, but it's what we need at the URA to be able to play as a high-performance team that meets the targets that we're given for the benefit of our country. To be able to achieve this mission, as the URA, we've taken on two major assignments, especially from a technology angle. One is to simplify our customer journeys. And wherever we've moved, we've seen USSD, we've seen portals, we've seen a revamp of the touch points that we engage through with our clients. Today, you can get support on WhatsApp from URA. You can be able to log onto a portal, like a touch point, and be able to log your issue. One day I was moving in the corridors up there, and I used to see people coming in all the time. But this time I met a guy, and I asked him, what are you doing? How can I help you? And he gave me a ticket number and said, I'm looking for so-and-so. He had the name, and he's seated with this ticket number of mine for this number of days. And it was a hunt for an individual who is sitting with a ticket number. My pleasure for me was that he's not just roaming around the building, but now that because of the technologies we have, it's easier to engage and track and know where we are. So digital channels are also going to help us with our reach in terms of how far we can go into the tax base and the population. Where we are right now, we cannot open stations in every district. But with things like a USSD channel, we are able to allow every Ugandan to be able to pay tax from their bedrooms, from the market, from wherever they are, schools and the like. And for us to be able to do this again, we've also changed the game. That now we're not just roaming around, we are collecting a lot of data. I think you've seen machines like SIGPA that sit within the factory and real time gives us what the production volumes look like, by what product type, by what volume, and that translates simply into revenue that we're looking for. So there's a lot of investment that we're putting into our infrastructure because we believe that data is a gold mine. This data is what gives us the financial data we need, and to understand the financial flows, it is what gives us visibility over the economy, because Bank of Uganda, the Ministry of Finance, and everyone will depend on this data to be able to know which goods are in the market, how are they selling, what is the challenge, and what can we do better. But to be able to do that, there's a lot of investment that we do within our technology in terms of networks, in terms of collection, in terms of storage, in terms of the research and the analysis. We're putting together teams of data scientists that should be able to interpret this data. And we've seen that we're visualizing this data so that it's easier for us to interpret it and to share it with the communities that, and stakeholders that we work with. And so much goes into this. I will not jump into what we're doing, what there is here, but I think the story is that URA, to be able to play this complex game, we are collecting a lot of data from telcos, from manufacturers, from people who are merchanting and trading, so many different things. And we're interpreting this to find the implications on our revenues and on our policies. And so this strategy has really just taken an approach that seeks for us to solve the problems that we see within the URA from that regard. And we've been sitting down to identify the issues, and we've created actionable solutions. And out of those solutions, we've created the actionable practical solutions, and now we're going to operationalize them. And so the book or the strategy that you have by the QR code or the copy, for some of you who have it, is just our roadmap on how we are going to be able to walk this journey. And very quickly, from a technology point of view, these are the wins that we're looking to achieve. Number one, that we'll be able to provide all our clients an instant service, or near instant service. When we were walking around, most of the questions we got were about queues at the border, they were about delays in interpretation, they were about so much of how fast do we execute our duty. So our role and why we're deploying technology is to make sure that we offer an instant service. Number two, we are again going out to use technology to make it inclusive for everybody. Somebody was asking me, but what are you doing for the local government, for the farmer out there who is not on the books? And we've created a USSD channel that would allow them, using their feature phone that they only use for mobile money, to be able to pay taxes off that very phone. And some of us, even in the city, taxi drivers and the like, have been able to pay taxes or renew their driving permits without going onto these complicated portals that we have on the website, but just simply by dialing *285# on their mobile phone, they're able to do that. Number three is really to make our systems interoperable. Some of the work that you saw, for example, with IRAS, is integration with district, with all the MDAs, ministries, departments, and agencies, for us to come together and build a tax ecosystem that then is able to deliver value. And the number of things in there that we're doing. But overall, we want to be able to build an environment that's simply plug and play. If an MDA shows up and they want to contribute in terms of lesser fees or taxes and collection, then they can do that. If a bank shows up and they want to plug with us and deliver this service, it's seamless and easy. And this is really what we call our must-win battles in this strategy. And for us to be able to execute on this strategy, what we've done is to break it down into particular objectives. And those objectives are informed by a value proposition that I'll simply walk through, that we want to offer the instant services, like I've said, inclusive and interoperable. And the value proposition that we want is really centered on the pains that we've had as the URA. One is a client-centric service. We have not always been known to be client-centric, but we are working very hard to make sure that whatever we do it so professionally and centered on the client. Number two, that our ledgers are accurate, that there is no contestation on the position of the ledger. And when we were walking through there, we saw that we've broken down this ledger to know what's the penalty, what's the interest, what is the principal tax. And right now we're running with a waiver to say if you pay the principal tax, the penalty and the interest should be waived. So we want to make sure that going forward, our ledgers are accurate. Number three is that our systems and services uptime is 99.99%. That's why we built that data center. And that's why we continue to invest money into technology to ensure that our service delivery is real time, regardless of whatever technical faults might exist. And lastly, that our data is reliable and accurate. And this is both internal and public data, because a lot of organizations, including government, including international organizations, depend on our data to do research and to understand the economic environment in Uganda. So for us to be able to deliver all this in terms of the customer value proposition is why this strategy is broken down into the different objectives. I'll not run through each one of them, but quickly to provide clarity and certainty for taxpayers so that they do not have any questions about what is URA, how to engage with URA, or how to get their problem solved, or when they need information from the URA. The new portal is simplified in terms of navigation to make sure that it's clear and easy for the taxpayer to understand their obligation with us. Number two is to make it easy and that these stakeholders comply with their obligations. So we're making sure we have enough channels. IFRIS, for example, is one of those areas where we've struggled. And we're working on a mobile app to make sure we put this on the tab so that even a person in Chikubo or Shauriako has an option and they have no excuse not to comply because of the complexity of our systems. Three is to detect taxpayers and traders who do not comply and make non-compliancy very difficult, hard and costly. And I think we've seen some of our risk management tools, and there's a lot of data science going on, again, to make sure that we identify these risks, these leakages, and be able to speak to them. Number four is really about our staff. One of the questions I kept getting is that this is a heavy investment, and how do you sustain it? Is it that it's done by vendors? I am happy to tell you that a number of the solutions we've seen have been actually developed by Ugandans in the URA here, and therefore we have sustainability on their delivery. And so, as an objective, we shall continually develop a high-performing, diverse, agile, and engaged workforce, and we work very hard with our HR team to make sure that our IT teams and the technology people are taken care of, they are supported, they are trained, and they are engaged. Number five is to increase and expand the use of data within a comprehensive knowledge management framework. And this is really to drive integrity, to derive insights, and to improve outcomes. The Honorable Minister kept saying, "Ore, you're showing me all this, but I want to know how has it translated into the bottom line, incomes." And so our focus is really around the outcomes in terms of the revenue and development of our country. Six is to modernize our systems and to provide digital streamlined online services to shorten customer journeys. Like I said, taxes should be paid like a water bill. From your bathroom, when you're at the beach, wherever you are, you should be able to do this. And whatever we are doing is to make sure that our customer journeys are digitalized. That's why if you are the border, we should scan your goods. And if you're going to the bonded warehouse, we shouldn't scan them. You should simply go to the bonded warehouse and we'll track you with the BOIM systems that we've seen. And so therefore shorten our customer journeys. Number seven is demonstrate resource stewardship. I think the CFG will tell you that we've cut down IT costs even as we're elevating its footprint by being very frugal and not allowing vendors to just dump things here or bring in complicated systems that don't translate into value for us. And this is a critical part of our success story. Number 7 is to work through stakeholders. Why we're even having this event is simply because we don't do this work alone. This event was sponsored by our friends from UNDP, and we have IRAS there who is helping us to make inroads into every local government, working together with us through the local government. And we have a lot of other stakeholders, both national and international, that help us. So we have very intent to make sure that we work through our stakeholders, whether they are taxpayers, like CASITA, traders, employers, MDAs, partners, and vendors, because our vendors support us quite a lot to improve this tax ecosystem. Lastly is to build public trust. Because we are custodians of a lot of data in the URA, for both traders, for banks, for the like, we need to make sure that our systems are secure, they are cyber-proof, and that you can be confident in the security that we have. And there's a lot of work, again, within this strategy around that theme. The overall outcome for us is simply to make sure that there is value coming through and that we're collecting the revenue. This is just a chart of what IT does here. I'll not jump through it. And lastly, I will really just want to point you to some of the things that you've already seen. Today we are launching our strategy. We've seen the data center. We've seen the USSD channel for some of us. We've seen a new portal that is simplified to give us easier customer journeys and experiences, a better look and feel. If you look at our portal, it's been really complicated. You need a degree in internet surfing to be able to navigate it, but we have simplified that. We have talked about the accounting module that again simplifies the ledgers. There's a lot of many other things, the web forms, to make sure that you don't have to fill in all these Excel sheets that you fill in during the return, especially for taxes like VAT, because we've collected this information through IFRIS. And therefore, we should auto-file it, and your job is just to come in, either increase the number or just click submit and be done with the tax filing. And this you can do on your mobile phone with ease. We've seen a lot of other things like our touch point and the like. So without really taking a lot of time, this is the story of why we are launching this strategy. The things you've seen are just the beginning, but where we are going is that we want to see technology infused in every business process and taxpayer service, from smart portals to e-filing to audits that are electronic, like we've seen with the image scanners, to predictive modeling in terms of the risks and the revenue projections, to workflows that are automated, and the taxation being done online on mobile phones, data being matched from across the different sources. Like right now, through our TRD team, we have automatic exchange of information. This should help us to map our international traders and understand what they're doing at home and abroad, and the transaction flows across the countries by data matching. Automated enforcement so that we do not have to run around every other time to do enforcement, but we can automate this and be able to deliver value. Single integrations with others, simplified accounting, case management. Right now, we delight ourselves a lot in automatic dispute resolution, but we've also automated the whole process of case management through the litigation team. And we want this kind of engagement to be online so that there isn't a lot of paper pushing and delays coming out of that. A lot of cross-border collections. We have dumping on the borders. We have a lot of things that go on. But by integrating with our neighbors, we can get visibility on our goods and the transaction flows that happen. And we want this to be multi-channel, meaning that you don't have to be an expert of using the internet, because some people are experts of using their feature phone. And so we need to take care of the border person as well as the MTNs of this world. And so we're taking this across channels to make sure that there is value across the tax base. And so this is our story. This is why we are launching this strategy, and the hope that eventually we'll be able to work together with everybody in this room to deliver what we call our massive transformative purpose as the URA, as the IT team. And this is to say that we want a simplified tax experience near you. Whether you're a staff, whether you're a stakeholder, whether you're a taxpayer. This is where we are going. And this is what we will ask that you work with us into the future as we implement this strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening to me. It was quite a speedy conversation, but I hope you picked out what you could. Thank you.
Can we give Mr. Mutebi a round of applause? Our chief guest, we are aware you did see quite an elaborate display of this technology on ground when you did tour the different facilities. I do want, and again, to request that we all applaud the city department, city CITI, so when I say city, of the URA. Can we give them a round of applause for a job well done? Thanks, great performers. But also in, appreciating what we call development partnerships that actually work for the good of our people. Can we give the UNDP a round of applause? Our chief guest, Honorable Minister, I know the old man of the clan, Andrew Mwenda, will keep trying to take your time. Mwenda, he's the chief guest. Give him time to listen to our speeches. Our chief guest, just as Mutebi was speaking, I was with Colin Nita, and we were discussing the issue around cybersecurity. We know what's been happening in the marketplace. The banks are represented here, and he did mention they will discuss that in the panel discussion shortly about the fact that URA has invested a lot of money in building those walls to protect the taxpayer. But our hackers always find a way, and so I'm sure Nita Uganda will tell us how they're working with URA to protect our taxpayers and the taxpayers' information, but also government's money. I'm told you were asking about the bottom line. For you, everything was about, okay, where is the money? Honorable Minister, I want to recognize my chairman, the chairman of NAB, Kin Karisa, but of course is here on behalf of Next Media. Kin, thanks for coming. And of course, the CEO of the Independent Magazine. I think he would kill me if I didn't mention Andrew Mwenda, who also joined us. Can we give them a round of applause for supporting government's communication around taxes? I want to quickly now transition to our partners and invite, but before I invite the UNDP, allow me to recognize, Honorable Minister, some of our key service providers, but also key stakeholders. URA is probably the only second institution after the UBC to be more inclusive on the issues of sign language. Because Kin has just come recently and he's adding sign language to his portals. But sign language is critical, and URA has been inclusive. If you look at all their platforms on social media, including their YouTube channel where they broadcast all their content live, there is already sign language. And I want to introduce my colleague today, Olivia Nachigozi Bulenga, who's doing the sign language. And also introduce Ms. Jessie Abonyo, who will handle the panel discussion that will come a little later. I want to take the pleasure of inviting the UNDP Deputy Country Representative, Ms. Sheila Ngatia, to come and make her address. Can we give her a warm hand of applause?
Thank you so much, Morris. Honorable Matia Kasaija, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the honorable members of Parliament, led by the Finance Committee Chair and all the members, the Commissioner General of URA and the board members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me stand on all the established protocols in the interest of time, and good morning. Good morning. I know it's been a long wait, but I hope we'll stay the course. I bring you greetings from the UNDP resident representative, Madame Elsie Atafua. She's out of the country, but we are here with a big UNDP team, and it is really with profound honor that we join you at this landmark launch of the digital strategy of the Uganda Revenue Authority. And this strategy follows closely on the heels of the government's National Digital Transformation Roadmap that was launched by Her Excellency the Vice President of Uganda in August of this year, which underscores the government's commitment to harnessing the full potential of digital technology for achieving Uganda's 2040 vision, and by extension, the development goals, the SDGs. Let me begin by really sincerely congratulating the entire URA team under the visionary leadership of the Commissioner General for the strong leadership in spearheading all these transformative digital initiatives. We have spent very exciting, we have spent very exciting almost 2 hours touring the various centers, the exhibition, and really, I must say, I'm so impressed by what we witnessed. And also, I'm very impressed by the expertise and knowledge of the URA staff. So I want us to really applaud Team URA. Really well done, well done. It was so impressive, and we really salute you, for the depth of, expertise and knowledge that you have demonstrated. The launch of this digital strategy and the overall digital transformation which the Commission has presented is very timely and relevant in the current global and regional development context. Countries across the world are facing mounting pressure to mobilize domestic resources, to improve the services to taxpayers, and to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. And for us as the United Nations, what we can note is that Africa remains the continent with the largest number of countries which are below the minimum desirable tax to GDP ratio of 15% to achieve the SDGs. And numerous studies have shown that African countries have considerable room to collect more revenue based on their tax potential. And in this context, the digitalization of tax administration in Uganda has the potential to positively shape government's move to improve efficiency, transparency, and equitability of the tax system. And also from the point of view of the taxpayers, to improve a more seamless effort in terms of their tax compliance and a user-friendly experience by integrating it into their daily life, into business activities. I will not read a speech in the interest of time in full, but I just want to, point out why for us as UNDP, we feel this strategy is important and why it also matters, for Uganda. And indeed, the Commissioner CT, I think, has given an excellent and detailed presentation on this. This strategy not only will consolidate and scale up ongoing efforts for digitalization of tax administration, but will also be significant in terms of enhancing domestic revenue mobilization for development and the positive impact on the people of Uganda through service delivery and greater investment in critical sectors such as health, education, agriculture, infrastructure, trade, tourism, social protection, etc. And these are all critical to achievement of the SDGs. And this is why some of you may be asking, what is the relationship? Why is UNDP, the United Nations, here, partnering with the URA? And it is because of this linkage between enhancing domestic revenue mobilization through tax administration and also being able then to support efforts, towards the investment in the various SDGs. Very briefly, what is UNDP doing to harness digital transformation in Uganda? As UNDP, we have been working with various state and non-state actors to promote digitalization and innovation as accelerators of Uganda's structural transformation. For example, in investing in development integrated digital ecosystem. UNDP partnered with the Ministry of ICT, and I believe we have the ministry representatives here, on the design and implementation of the digital transformation roadmap that I mentioned was launched by Her Excellency the Vice President in August, as well as on the design of the government's e-commerce policy, Uganda's big data utilization strategy, and the National Startup Ecosystem Strategy. We have also invested in supporting innovation ecosystems in Uganda. We have partnered with the Ministry of ICT, with the Makerere University, and we will be partnering again with other universities and with other private sector entities to establish innovation hubs and provide mentorship and resources to young innovators and startups in Uganda. To ensure the effective implementation of both the National Digital Transformation Roadmap and URA's digital strategy, we must collectively then undertake a number of following actions: collaboration and partnerships among government agencies, development partners including the UN system, private sector and civil society, in order to pool the resources, expertise and innovation. 2 is around capacity building of workforce and taxpayers in order to adapt and take advantage of all the opportunities presented by the digital era. 3rd is the issue around inclusivity, to ensure that digital transformation reaches all the segments of society. And it's great to see local governments here, traders, the small traders, to see startups, to see the big corporates, banks, among others. And also, as has been shown with the sign language interpreter here, this is really great for inclusivity, URA, and well done. You're reaching really, all the segments of society. And lastly, the issue of cybersecurity and data protection, and Commissioner spoke about this. It is important to prioritize robust cybersecurity measures and data protection to maintain trust and integrity in digital systems. So, Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, on behalf of UNDP, we congratulate the URA team once again upon reaching this milestone. Today's launch of the URA's digital strategy is a testament to Uganda's commitment to harnessing the transformative power of technology for effective and efficient tax administration for inclusive and sustainable development. And UNDP remains steadfast in our support of these efforts, and we stand ready to collaborate with all stakeholders to achieve our shared vision of a digitally empowered tax system in Uganda. Together we can build a future where all Ugandans enjoy the benefits of digitalization, where no one is left behind, and where our nation continues to thrive and to prosper. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shilangatia from the UNDP and the entire UNDP team that is well represented here. Can we give them another round of applause? Honorable Minister, we in the Fourth Estate like to recognize each other, and I know the other taxpayers will be uncomfortable, but we do this. We are family. My BBS colleague Busula is here. I also want to recognize you. Thank you for joining us this afternoon, early morning and the morning and early afternoon for this digital strategy launch. Honorable Minister, we have a team from Malawi, the Malawi Revenue Authority, who are here on a benchmarking exercise. If you could stand for recognition, Malawi team, please stand for recognition. I'm not sure where they are, Ibrahim. I don't know if they are looking at the booths, but I know they are in country and they're here at URA. They are on a benchmarking exercise, Honorable Minister, and that's part of what URA has been doing with their colleagues in the region to share knowledge on how to build effective systems to drive efficiency and service delivery in our country and in our region. I want to now take the pleasure of inviting the Commissioner General, URA, Mr. John Rujochi, to come and make his remarks, and thereafter he'll invite a board member to make their remarks, who will then invite the Honorable Minister to come and make his remarks at this digital strategy launch. Can we give the CG a round of applause?
Our guest of honor this morning, the Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Honorable Matia Kasaija, our development partners, led by Madame Sheila Ngatia, the Deputy Resident Representative of UNDP and your entire team, our honorable members of Parliament present here, the distinguished captains of industry and businesses in our country, our valued taxpayers present here, heads of different government agencies that are present with us this morning, the leaders of the different business associations represented here, our partners in technology, and those that give us technical support. I see the Chief of Party of USAID present in the room, leaders of the media companies present here, and all the members of the Fourth Estate, distinguished colleagues, staff of Uganda Revenue Authority, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. I'm still in the morning. Very good morning to everyone here. I would like to start by thanking the Almighty God who has given us the opportunity to gather here today to celebrate a very important milestone in the transformational journey that has been taking place at the Uganda Revenue Authority, where today we launch our IT strategy covering the next 3 years, but also share and launch a number of IT innovations that we've been working on over the last 3 years that are adding value to the mission of developing our nation through efficient revenue mobilization. Honorable Minister, the purpose for today's launch was, one, to have the opportunity to share with you and all the invited guests and stakeholders what we've been attempting to do in improving our taxpayer experience. A lot of the solutions you have seen are aimed at making things easy for the taxpayers, but they will also make it easy for the government of Uganda to efficiently collect revenue, and for the URA as a department responsible for that. So we have been working on a number of initiatives, and I will not repeat them. We saw just a few when we went out to visit, and we are humbled and honored by the comments and appreciations that we have so far received. But there is a lot more that we've been doing on the side of technology. As an organization, we strongly believe that technology is the future and also the present way of handling revenue collection efficiently. We also believe that it increases transparency, it increases tax compliance, it makes life enjoyable for our taxpayers, and it will minimize the battles and the conflicts we've been having around tax collection. So this is the current and it is the future of URA. So without taking so much time, let me briefly comment that the transformation, the IT transformation has not just started recently. URA embarked on this journey in the year 2009, and this is when we were able to acquire transformational systems like the e-tax for managing the domestic taxes, like ASCUDA for managing the international taxes or customs duties. And over the years, we've acquired further technologies, systems like our enterprise resource management system, the ERP, systems like IFRIS, which we saw a little bit, and digital tracking systems. So there has been a progressive journey of ICT innovations and investments. However, this year, 2023, marks a milestone and a launch into a new phase of digital transformation. And this is the phase that my dear brother, the Commissioner IT, was explaining. It is the phase of simplifying taxation, as I've already mentioned, but it is a phase of big data analytics. As you saw in our data center, Honorable Minister, and I will shortly come to appreciate you and the entire government of Uganda for helping us have such a very fundamental infrastructure for enabling the future that we are launching into today of big data analytics, and that is our data center. But the future technology that we are launching into in this year of 2023 is big data analytics, it is machine learning, it is predictive artificial intelligence, and it is the transformation of the entire tax administration using technology. So, Honorable Minister, allow me now to launch into appreciation, and I'll start with you. I'll start with the government of the Republic of Uganda for enabling Uganda Revenue Authority to be able to harness and take advantage of technology in doing our work. The current financial year budget for IT spend is approximately 96 billion, all from the government of Uganda. And I want you to clap for the Honorable Minister of Finance and to clap for the honorable members of Parliament, the honorable chair of the finance committees here, and all our leaders in government for such a committed dedication. And above all, I would like us to clap and appreciate His Excellency the President as the leader of our government who bears the vision. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for investing in technology, and thank you for enabling us move this far. Honorable Minister, I'd like to assure you that every penny you give us to spend on technology will be well spent. Just as an example, I would like to illustrate this data center, which is state-of-the-art, and I'm sure it is #1 data center in this country in terms of the investment in there was done at a very optimal investment. About 3 years ago, we launched the effort to acquire that data center, but there was a problem in the specifications that we launched about 3 years ago, and that was going to make it a little more expensive. Not actually a little more expensive, almost double the cost it has cost us, because it was talking about a tier 4 data center, and everybody who is conversant with technology, you would know that a tier 4 data center is not in existence in this part of the world, but also you cannot achieve it in a tower like this one. So it was a high spec for a data center that we could not achieve. And you know the rules of procurement. We could not change the spec midway the procurement process. So what did we do? We decided to abort that procurement. We revised the spec to a tier 3 data center, which is good enough for our work because the tier 4s are owned by the Googles of this world, but also make it possible for government to finance it. So the budget and the commitment that had been earmarked for the data center came from 33 billion, and we have achieved this slightly below 20 billion, about 19.7. It is not the only investment where we have saved. Honorable Ministers, I was sharing with you earlier, some of the technologies that we had were vendor-driven. Vendor-driven, it means a vendor comes, he's eager to sell you your technology, and because you have not planned your ICT path, which is now outlined in this strategy, then they cause you to acquire. So you acquire what you don't need, you acquire what is duplicating services done, And over the last 3 years, we've been able to reduce some of our major technology costs on the major platforms that we use, especially for data management, from about 47 billion to about slightly below 30 billion. So there is another saving of about 18 billion on the contracts of the platforms that we use. So, Honorable Minister, why I'm giving some of these examples, and there are many, is that for every money that you invest in us or you entrust us with to build our technology capacity, it will be well spent. This is why now we are talking that within the same budget of IT that we've been receiving, we shall be able to acquire artificial intelligence, we shall be able to acquire machine learning technologies within the budget because of optimal spend. So on this point, I thank you, Honorable Minister and Parliament, for investing in us, but I also thank the staff of URA who have been part of this revolutionary journey of spending effectively to enable us acquire more technology that we need to drive us into the efficient future. Let me take a moment also to thank you, Honorable Minister, and Honorable Members of Parliament, beyond investing in technology, for investing in our human resources. As you will agree with me, and on this one I'll ask the members of URA present here, most of them are busy working in the tower, to clap for our leaders. But this last financial year, Honorable Minister and Honorable Members of Parliament, you agreed an enhancement in our welfare. This has motivated the staff, and now they are working day and night to make sure that we deliver the Uganda we all dream of. Someone gave me a call last night as they were driving past. Because of the road works, the traffic jam is quite intense here, and I should have started by thanking you for braving the jam to join us this morning. But someone called me at about 10 o'clock and he said, the tower is all lit. What is happening? I said, we are busy working. Honorable Minister, the environment in this tower and at this campus is like none other in any government sector. People work up to midnight. Because we have a mission to accomplish, we no longer work time, we work mission. And I thank you so much for motivating the team that works so hard. I would like at this juncture to appreciate the board of Uganda Revenue Authority, led by the chair, Mr. Juma Chisami, who is not here today, and he registered his apologies. He had already committed this week in another engagement. But we thank you, Honorable Chair of our board, and all the honorable members of the board for believing in us. In the year 2021, we took a proposals management to the board to alleviate the division of IT from just a division to a department. Because we realized that in every top management meeting we had, and we always meet weekly, there is no discussion that would be talking about that would not be requiring IT support. So before even they could do that, we started inviting the assistant commissioner, who is not a member of MEC, to start attending all our MEC meetings so as to give us direction. But there was limited budget, and we took this proposal to the board, and the board graciously accepted to believe in us and alleviate this. I think this has been one of the most important decisions that our board has made, and I want you to clap for them. So that is how we're able to attract talents like the Commissioner Robert, who has been here, but also to retain a number of very qualified and very competent IT professionals. So now we have a full-fledged board. We have not yet fully constituted it. We are still having gaps to fill, and soon you'll see an advert looking for IT experts. We want to build internal capacity. Honorable Ministers, you saw most of the innovations out there are internally developed, and that is the way to go. We are looking forward to enhance that capacity more and more until when we have automated all our processes and we are efficiently running this business. So I want to thank the board for that support, but I also want to thank them for the constant guidance. Honorable Ministers, you may know one of the requests that the board put to you, because I'm a member of the board and I'm privy to this information, we are requesting for the 7th member of the board. And when he comes on board, he will help us to constitute an IT and strategy subcommittee of board. Now that subcommittee of board will be able to closely guide, but even in its absence, our board chair and board members have done an incredible job. I want to quickly move to thank other partners that have made this day colorful. I want to appreciate our development partners, the UNDP, Deputy Representative. I want to thank you with your entire team. Madam Sheila, thank you for supporting us. All this beauty that you see around here today, everything that you're seated on, that you're viewing, the media, the food, has been covered by our partners, the UNDP, and I want to thank you so much. We spent everything that we had, and at the end of the exercise, we had no money to spend to show what we have done. We would have easily missed this great, colorful day had it not been for you to come in handy. But you have already supported us in many other technical areas, and we appreciate this constant support. They are just representing a number of many other development partners. You said is in the house, and a number of embassies. They have all been supportive. As a matter of fact, the ambassadors of Northern Ireland, the UK, the Netherlands, they have all been supporting us in transforming this organization. They have invited us to their countries. We've seen how things are done, and at this point, I want us to clap for them and acknowledge them. Our guests of honor and distinguished guests, let me now also acknowledge and appreciate our technology partners. We would never have done this without their support. There are members that we met when we visited the data center from CBIL and all the technology companies that you worked with. Thank you very, very much for supporting us where we could not reach on our own. And there are a number of other providers that give us the different platforms. Let me also now appreciate my colleagues, the honorable members, leaders of the different government agencies that support us. There is no way we can move this far without your support. So I've seen NITAU in the house. I saw Colin around. Thank you for this constant support. As you know, the government rules require that we do not buy anything. Yes, Colin is here, without the approval of NITA, because they must check, are we duplicating something that exists in government? And they provide standards. We thank you very much. I've seen representatives from UNBS. They partner with us. I've seen representatives from the local government. I may not be able to mention everyone, but if you're from the MDAs that support us to advance on this front, I thank you, and may God bless you. Let's continue the work of partnership together. Very briefly, Honorable Minister, allow me now to thank the men and women of Uganda Revenue Authority who work so hard to make some of these things come to pass. I think I've already briefly mentioned what the IT group has been doing, but beyond the IT team, every commissioner and every member of senior management who is here, please relay my appreciation to our foot soldiers who work day and night to protect our revenue on all the border stations and who have pledged themselves to a new transformational journey of efficiently developing our country. And I'll speak about this as I conclude. Honorable Minister, about 2 years ago, when we were celebrating our 30th birthday, we relaunched our mission and our vision statement. We said we can no longer exist as URA, and if you read this strategy book that we are launching, on page 2 in my remarks, you'll find what we stand for. But early enough, before we knew that there would be times when we may not get a lot of donor support, we said URA exists with a clear mission of mobilizing revenue for our national development in a transparent and efficient manner. And for us to be able to achieve this, Honorable Minister, we identified 5 key areas where we'll put our focus so that we will be able to do this mandate, and we will be catalysts for the development of our country. The 5 areas that we earmarked are the following. One is what we are launching today, digitizing and automating all our processes to make them efficient and transparent. We have been on that journey, and today is the milestone that we are celebrating. But we also pledged ourselves to serve our country with integrity and professionalism. So we introduced three key attributes that every staff must aspire to have if they are to serve in this organization. And one of them is professionalism, the next one is integrity, and the third is patriotism. This has been a rough and tough journey, but Honorable Minister, I'm happy to report to you that we are making significant progress. The men and women before you here are working with total dedication to make sure that we do this honorable mission with dignity and honor. And where did we pick our inspiration from? In January, 19th of January, 2019, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, came here to open our new tower. And when he was given a visitor's book to sign, this is what he had to say. He said, "Congratulations, URA, on the new tower. Remember, this is holy ground for the revolution of Uganda." So, this was from the head and the leader of our revolution. He acknowledged that Uganda has gone through the revolution of NRA and Ruwero that ushered in peace and tranquility and the development that we are seeing. But the next front line is Uganda's economic independence. Uganda can only be fully independent when we are able to balance our budget. Uganda can only be fully independent when we can treat our sick, educate our children, make our citizens enjoy being citizens of this country, and not to go to look for opportunities elsewhere where the conditions are much worse. So this is what we adopted. So after reading the statement of His Excellency, I sat with my senior management team, we consulted all our staffs, and we revised our mission and vision statements. And that is when we said we exist not just to hit targets, because, Honorable Minister, we have started hitting targets, and I want to assure you we shall not look back. We shall maintain achieving targets and surpassing them. But beyond these targets, we are conscious that Uganda cannot develop when we are still collecting 13 and 14% of our GDP. Maybe let me read for you some statistics to show that where we are going, we know, and with your support, we will get there very soon. Honorable Minister and distinguished guests, in the financial year 2021-22, despite being the peak of COVID-19 and lockdown and all that, our revenue grew by 15%. We were able to collect an additional 2.5 trillion. The following financial year, 21-22, our revenue grew by 12.4%, and we were able to add an additional 2.4 trillion. Now, the last financial year, our revenue grew by 16.4%. Double-digit growth over the last 3 years, and this in value was 3.55 trillion. So, Honorable Minister, I'm told that for the first time, our tax to GDP has reached 14%. It is a far-off journey from where we want to be, but we are sure that if we maintain this steady growth over the next 3-4 years, Uganda will get to the 18 and 20% tax to GDP. And then the Ugandans can start to expect from you as our leaders real development, because the revenue mobilized within the country will be enough to support you to develop our country. So this is our new dream. This is our vision at URA. That is why we work anytime. It doesn't matter whether it's 11 or 10 o'clock or midnight, but we work to finish this. Now that has been one of the areas we are focusing on. Very quickly, the other area we are focusing on beyond technology is performance management. We have come up with a system that transparently gives every staff of Uganda Revenue Authority a target for revenue numbers, but also a target for performance evaluation. So we will measure if you have achieved 1 trillion, how have you achieved it? Did you follow the SLAs? These are the service level agreements you've signed up to. Did you respond to our taxpayers' queries in time? Did you use a lot of force, or did you use the expected force or the expected energy to achieve these numbers? We just signed up on that contracting this financial year. So we are only 3 months into it, and we have just received the first set of appraisals. Honorable Minister and our leaders, this is another sacrificial decision that we are taking deliberately. It's not without pain, it's not without sacrifice, but we feel it's worth it, and we will stay focused on that until everybody gives their fair share of energy in achieving this mission. The other area we are focusing on is stakeholder engagement and tax sensitization. And this is what a number of innovations that you saw out there are about: the URA touch point, the contact centers, programs on TVs, and I'll be thanking shortly our media partners. We must let our taxpayers know what their responsibilities are, what their rights are, so that we work together without so much force. We work together when we are willingly, and that is the third area we are focusing on. Another area that we are focusing on, Honorable Minister, is the area of innovation and research. Again, this is what today is about. We are researching, we are innovating constantly, but that research will be a direct benefit to you as our leader in policy, so that we'll be able to give you concrete data and statistics on why we must move into certain areas where hitherto we've not moved. And I remember many times when we go to Parliament with a number of proposals, the question is, where is the empirical data to support what you are proposing? We have a new division which we just created, again, about a year ago, to help us build our capacity in research. And then finally, I think I've already mentioned the fight against corruption, the automation, the effective performance management, the research, and then taxpayer education. So those are the 5 areas of priority and focus to us as management. Those are the statistics of the improvement this has brought, and for sure, with your support, we'll get forward. So what is the message to our dear taxpayers listening to us today? Number one message, we appreciate those who have paid their taxes faithfully and sacrificially, who have been part of this growth of double-digit in revenue collection, despite the challenges. And we are mindful of the challenges. We are mindful of the impact of COVID-19. We are mindful of the international wars that have impacted us. We are mindful, and that is why government, the Minister of Finance, in his wisdom, guided that we shall not bring any new tax rates and tax measures, but let us focus on improving efficiency. So despite those challenges, the growth in revenue can only be attributed to the compliant taxpayers whom we appreciate today. But number two, to those who have not been compliant, I would like to encourage you that this is the time to be. And you can take some advantages within the law to be compliant without paying penalty. For example, there is voluntary disclosure in our tax procedure code, which allows you to voluntarily disclose what you have not paid, so that you can pay the principal tax without paying penalties and interest. But also, for those who know that they owe and have not been able to pay, please take advantage of the arrears relief that has been granted by the new law that was passed by our Parliament, Tax Procedure Code 40D, which allows you to pay your principal arrears and the interest and penalty will be waived. As you have seen today in the launch of our data center, URA now has a lot of data, enough data to tell us who is doing what in the economy and what are they contributing. So it is a question of time we will catch up with the non-compliant. And the trouble is, when we come on our invitation and we establish that you have not paid any tax, you'll pay the principal tax, but you'll also pay the penalty and you'll pay the interest. So why not take advantage of these breathers or waivers within the law to pay only the principal tax and start being compliant going forward? Ladies and gentlemen, I must conclude my remarks. I'm again very humbled by the wonderful turn-up of all the guests that we invited, but I'm mostly humbled by our Honorable Minister, who has dedicated his whole morning to be with us and to spend such quality time in seeing the innovations that we are doing. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Thank you so much, our dear members of Parliament. Thank you so much, our leaders in the media, Kim and Andrew and all the important leaders in that space. Thank you for the constant partnership with us. These are the people who help us put the right information across the public. And we want to pray for more support, because where we are going, we want more and more stakeholder engagement. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, the leaders of business, for finding the time to come and be with us, the leaders of the associations, for always helping us mobilize the taxpayers. Thank you so much, members of the professional bodies that adjudicate matters of tax. I see PwC here represented, and many others who are here whom I may not have seen. We thank you very much. Our development partners, thank you again for believing in us and for supporting us. I don't feel worthy to invite the Honorable Minister, so I will go through my chair of the Finance Committee, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Rwampara, Mr. Amos Kankunda. I invite you to come and help me invite the Honorable Minister and also make one or two remarks for the guest of honor to give us his final remark. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bwana Commissioner General. Allow me to ride on the protocols that have been mentioned earlier in the interest of time. But on a special note, my Honorable Minister, I want to thank you for dedicating this morning and the afternoon that we've gone into to be here with us, and especially my members of the Finance, Planning and Development Committee of Parliament for being present. And I have seen also staff of Parliament who are here present, and all of us. I want to appreciate you. One, I come from a background of revenue collection. And when I stand here, I see some of the members that are still in that profession, and I want to thank you because I am privy to the revolution of this revenue authority. I can tell you that back in the time when I entered in this area, which was 1995, I beg your pardon, which is approximately 28 years since then, I can see a lot of evolution that has happened. And this has been possible because of the teamwork at the Revenue Authority. And therefore, I want to thank you, Bwana Commissioner General, and the Revenue Authority staff that have made this possible. As the Committee of Parliament, I want to emphasize, because we've discussed this, that we are here to facilitate you to improve your revenue collection. And we are only here to do that because of someone who does business. And those taxpayers are the most important people. We are cognizant of the fact that we shouldn't be pressing a lot of strategies on the few that have been able to collect revenue. And therefore, how can we expand the tax base? That is very critical. As a committee, we've taken time off to go out there and look at how business is done so that we come and share with you, the Revenue Authority, and discuss on how we can facilitate you and improve this environment for more revenue collection and consequently more taxes collected. I want to thank you, my Honorable Minister, to always give us the ear. You've done that before. To give us the ear as a Committee of Parliament, to listen to our observations. And I want to thank you, Bwana Commissioner General, when you say that you do not want to come to Parliament with information that lacks empirical data. That is very critical. We decided as a committee that we are not going to approve of tax bills that do not reflect on how much revenue is going to be collected. Because when this is done, therefore, in Parliament, in our discussion, once we don't approve of these tax bills, we know how much revenue is going to be lost. and therefore what could have been put in the expenditures that is not going to be realized. I don't want to assure you that our Committee of Parliament is available, and you know that, Bwana Commissioner General, that we are available and we shall continuously support you, especially expanding the tax base through your domestic revenue mobilization strategy. And I want to thank you that now you're taking the notch higher to look at the digital approach. How do we do this without necessarily inconveniencing our taxpayers? How do we bring our taxpayers on board to make sure they understand their tax obligation? I am cognizant that I shouldn't be saying a lot. You know, back in the time, I was at the school where the guest of honor and the headmaster there then said, may I, or may I not, or may I, and we were left confused. We didn't know why he said, may I not. But I want to be specific and say, may I therefore take this opportunity to invite you, my honorable minister, to come and speak to your people. Thank you.
Shall we sit down? Colleagues, the members of parliament who are present here, the United Nations Development Program resident representative, our visitors from Malawi, have they come back? Are they here? Oh, you will say, I have greeted them. Other development agencies, 10, URA board, senior management and staff, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Here they wrote good morning. Now I'm saying it's good afternoon because it's good afternoon. I hope you all are well, correct? Are you all well? Or you are hungry? We shall soon go to kill the hunger. It's with immense pleasure and a tribute that we witness yet another achievement at the Uganda Revenue Authority. At this auspicious occasion of the digitization and ICT strategy launch. I am not going to make a speech. They prepared a speech, I'm not making a speech. Today is not for speech making. We are only appreciating. One, I thank the staff and the management of URA for having transformed this institution. I'm also thanking our partners who have been with us in this journey. 3, the taxpayers, particularly those who are faithfully putting in their effort to pay taxes. Number 2, I commit the ministry that it will give you all the necessary support you want. As long as you let me know in advance so that I can put it in the budget. Don't wake up one morning and say, Minister, I want money. No, 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 no. We must plan together because we operate a national budget. Thirdly, and finally, Mr. Commissioner, I want to tax you. You have partly touched it, but I want to tax you and your team. We must rise to the tax GDP ratio of 20, not this 14, 16, which now we are lingering around. Let me repeat this. You know, when I want something to sink, I repeat. I am charging you with your staff, with our support too, that I want a tax GDP ratio of 20 within another 2-3 years. Me, I'm around it. Even if I go away, I will leave this instruction to my predecessor. Why am I emphasizing this? Banange nkoyo okwewola. Those of you who understand this language, let me repeat. I am tired of borrowing. Especially to go on the borrow, the other side, you know, they kick you around like a small boy. That humiliation. Commissioner General and your staff, please save me that humiliation. Then they will tell you, if you don't do this, we shall not give you the money. If you don't do this, banana. A mature state of Uganda to be humiliated. If you don't do this, we shall do that. You remember the late, you are aware of the late, I leave it, I'm sure you all have understood. So, we must raise our revenue, which will help us to develop the country. Maybe another point is that in your working, you must support me to create more jobs and valuable jobs for our youth. You people who are here, you may not have observed, but we who travel in the rural area and they go for ceremonies, the issue of job creation for our youth. You know, Uganda, we are very prolific. We still have families producing 10 children. Even someone told me he has got 50 children. But that's beside the point. The children are born. When they are born, they are Ugandans. They are entitled to education, first of all, and when they complete their education, they are entitled to get to work. So that they also can live a decent life. They can realize their potential. So, URA, I want you to partner with me. We shall do, as I said, the best we can to generate revenues, make sure that we support industries, we make infrastructure, we make schools, we build the hospitals, etc. Yeah, I have finished my message. What do I do now? Do I now declare? What do I do? Commissioner General, do I declare? Me, I have finished. I've told you my words. side. Today is what? I hand this to you. I'm handing this strategy the Commissioner General. Okay, friends. Sorry. Should we back again? Okay. So thank you very much indeed, and may the good Lord keep you healthy so that you can pay taxes that will do a wonderful job in developing our country called Uganda. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we give the Honorable Minister a thunderous applause? All right, if you could take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Minister, we just have one very small activity before you officially launch the strategy, which you will do digitally, since we've gone digital. That was for the Commissioner General's copy in the office to show that you came and you are physically here. But we will launch digitally, and that is going to happen in style. But as we do that, I want to recognize we have 2 of the top 10 taxpayers in this room, Honorable Minister. MTN was represented here. They just walked out, but I know Airtel is represented here, and the MD of the Airtel mobile section, I think, is here. If you can stand for recognition. We want to thank you for supporting development in this country. All right? So may I now invite the dancers. They will transition us to the launch video, and the launch video will then usher us into the digital launch, which the Honorable Minister will do very shortly.
Uganda Revenue Authority, established in 1991 by Act of Parliament to efficiently manage national tax administration in order to generate revenue to fund government programs. Our primary responsibility is to collect domestic taxes and international trade taxes. Over the years, we have seen our tax to GDP ratio grow from 6.8% in financial year 1991-1992 to 13% as of financial year 2021-2022. All this happened amidst tough situations like the ever-changing tax policies, the wide tax ecosystem through which organizations, activists and donors contribute to this agenda, the obsolete tax infrastructure, the increasing digitalization of the economy, and above all, the outbreak of the deadly COVID-19 coronavirus in 2020 that saw the whole economy come to a standstill. Nevertheless, we have not backed down on our responsibility to Ugandans. In a bid to tackle the prevailing tax collection challenges, we have strategically partnered with organizations like the United Nations Development Programme that have advised on regulations, governance, and policy. We have designed and developed technologies with a robust architecture that enables the ease of tax collection. And now, we are launching and operating stable URA services like Web4, a system that allows you populate and fill all your necessary documentations at the comfort of your home, office, or wherever you may be. The Electronic Fiscal Receipting and Invoicing System, IFRIS, which enables taxpayers track and validate business transactions in real time for business management, hence proper bookkeeping and sales management. This eliminates the risk of physical loss of tax invoices as transactional data are digitally stored in the system. Non-intrusive inspection, a modern method used in customs to screen imported and exported goods without disrupting the integrity and allows for verification of different goods. Instant tax identification number. Upon submission of your national identification number, the system automatically retrieves the taxpayer's data from NIRA, then automatically populates some of the fields, and voila, you have your tax identification number. E-learning platform. Uganda Revenue Authority has created a platform that allows all taxpayers to educate themselves about anything tax related. From registration to filing, the possibilities are endless. We are providing a simplified tax experience near you. Uganda Revenue Authority, developing Uganda together.
You'll all be at the front here. Honorable Minister, we have a young man, we call them techies. Techie. These technology experts who will show you what you're going to do very shortly. So may I invite our partners to come? Mutebi, yes, you're here. I need to, you're witnessing this. Honorable Minister Kasita has also come to ensure that the platform is available to them. They have IT experts downtown, and they've been helping them build capacity. There you go. Honorable Minister is going to formally launch digitally this platform. So let us witness this. The IT team is taking him through the process. Yes, I think we have the visuals on screen. We will be able to see the screen interface on the screens in front of us and witness the Honorable Minister signing. There you go. There you go. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I will then now ask the Honorable Minister to come to the front up here with the CG. We want to take the formal photos. So the key stakeholders, after you've signed, you'll join the Honorable Minister here. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Our chair of the committee, Sheila, you will sign and join. We'll have our stakeholders sign. We'll now have the photo moment. As we prepare for that, there is another QR code we have provided for you, our invited guests. This is our URA Digital Strategy Launch Evaluation. Since you already downloaded the strategy and you have been interfacing with it, please do scan this particular page. It's different from the other two you had. That's the evaluation page. We want you to evaluate the strategy and this particular launch, which gives us feedback on this launch itself. And I want to also request you stay with us because after this particular session, we'll have our panel discussion. It will be very, very short and interesting. Ms. Jessie Abonyo will run us through that with our key stakeholders. And thereafter, we'll have our innovation awards. We'll cut the cake and then have lunch together. So this is the formal launch part. If we could have the screen, main face, interface on the screen. Honorable Minister, just one more minute. We're just changing the background of the screen. So there you go. All right. So we'll give the photographers 30 seconds. Vero. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for the Honorable Minister. We want to thank him. Can we give the Honorable Minister a round of applause? Yes. All right, so the other stakeholders can leave. We'll leave the Honorable Minister here, the CG and our chair of the committee, and invite the other members of Parliament. Please come, Honorable Paul and your team. I saw my friend, Honorable Nakut. So please all come, members of Parliament. The committee is well represented here. We want to thank the members of Parliament for joining us for this strategy launch. And we want to thank you for coming and for driving this digital agenda as we continue to build on our tax base. We want to thank you. Honorable Minister, we thank you so much for your time. We are aware you are moving to another activity, but we will now quickly transition. And I want to invite Ms. Jessie to quickly come and invite her panelists. And Jessie, please note, we are working within 30 minutes, I have been told. So I hope we will manage to get in as much information as possible with our panelists. but I'm told the panelists are very sharp. They know how to answer short questions.
Thank you very much, Maurice. You have given me a hard task because when we start talking tax and now digital, we could have lunch at 2, but I will do my best. Thank you. Can we give Maurice a big thank you for walking us through the morning? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a staff of Uganda Revenue Authority, and it is my singular honor to have the opportunity for a couple of conversations that we are going to have this afternoon that will help us bring all these technology things we've talked about home. What's a digital strategy for us? When our Honorable Thaddeus goes back and he's meeting his colleagues, they're going to ask him, so what were you doing there at URA? And he has to be able to clearly describe what it is that we are doing here. And Robert has done his best to tell us that ultimately what we all want to experience as staff, as stakeholders, as partners, as taxpayers, is a simplified tax experience near you. And near you means in wherever environment you're flourishing in. For as long as you have all your data in and you're connected, we hope at the end you will be able to smile and continue with your business of generating income that will support us in developing Uganda. And with me, I have a very interesting group of, they can be technocrats, but we're going to keep the language very simple, and we're going to keep our narratives very clear so that everybody walks away knowing what their role is or anticipating the support that they're supposed to get. And so without taking our first initiative, we work with partners, we collaborate and network, and we don't do this alone. And the panelists who are coming represent the different hands that join ours to deliver this very important service. And we hope that as we speak into our current journey, we'll also be able to draw lessons that will help URA improve on their processes. Next week, we will be running a series of engagements through the week where we hope our clients and taxpayers may come in and test some of those platforms that we've talked about today. So we have a client service week that will be running, and we will be asking you to come and join us. So our first panelist serves as the head of Information Technology and Security with the Uganda Communications Commission, Mr. Michael Bamwesige. Please welcome to the podium. And I will be seating us from my far right all the way to this place. So Michael has served UCC for more than 5 years now, and we will be drawing on his keen experience and the role that UCC plays to support us in ensuring, someone talked about data protection and all these other elements that make for a key and keen service experience. My second panelist has lived digital, supports digital, and is right now our head cash and liquidity management, corporate and investment banking at Stanbic Bank, Uganda, with more than 9 years experience in that area. Mr. Gabriel Kagwisaje, you're welcome. Please join us at the podium. And for a while, technology was very male-oriented. But we have a panelist who's dug her hands into that experience, and she has more than 10 years experience in not only talking tax, but supporting our valuable taxpayers to make sure they comply. And so allow me to welcome from PwC, Ms. Pamela Natamba. Could we give them a round of applause as they make their way here? And we wouldn't be able to do our work without them, without their partnership, and without tugging at the heartstrings of the need for us to develop Uganda as a team, and that's Team Uganda. And to help us unpack a couple of their expectations, I would like to invite from Kasita, Mr. Tadeus Musoke Nagenda, to join us on the podium. Mr. Musoke is our association's acting Secretary General and a myriad of experiences. I am expecting candidness from him because ultimately our simplified service must address their need. All right, and the people who ensure we have an IT backbone that we can work with, none other than our Director E-Government Services at National Information Technology Authority Uganda, NITAU, Mr. Collins Babirukamu. Please join us on the podium. Come on, guys, let's give these guys energy so that while we start the conversations, we will be able to okay. So Mr. Collins Babirukamu, you're welcome. And finally, the team that has been holding our hands through this journey and have sponsored us in some of the elements for this ceremony. He serves as the Chief Strategy and Policy Unit and Senior Economic Advisor with the UNDP. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Dr. Panivel to join us on the podium here. And to make sure I have eyesight for all my panelists, I need a kind gentleman to come and help me tilt this podium so that I can see everybody's face. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Maurice and Bossa. And now, we have listened to the dream that URA has presented us. And without a doubt, it's going to come with a lot of hard work, a lot of collaboration, and putting our skin in the game. But in order for us to do that, we need to be able to clarify what some of our collaborative partners here think, have heard, and their first impressions about what our digital strategy is promising. And then I will go ahead and also ask your thought processes on some of the areas that we would like to specifically connect on. Okay? I am sure we can all unmute and greet our distinguished guests as well, even as I state my first question. Digital doesn't work without connectivity. And that means my first question is going to Michael. And allow me to take a conversational tone here. So I will lay down very little formalities because we are getting feedback from our guests as well. So connectivity infrastructure is absolutely key for us to be able to deliver on this promise. And you have listened to the dream that we have laid out. Share with us your first impressions of our strategy, and then kindly unpack for us what you at UCC will be able to do to help us increase network coverage across the country. My bullets are already flying, so feel free just to receive them and let's go from there. So Michael, what are your thoughts?
First of all, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
And congratulations to you, URA, upon this launch. My thoughts initially when I perused this strategy was as impressed one that we are getting into an era where we are making sense of the data that we have. It's very, very, very critical. And even as we heard from the Committee of Parliament, they want to make decisions based on empirical data. So it is important that whatever data we are gathering, we're able to make sense of it to guide our decisions. So for me, that is a key. I was very, very impressed with that. But of course, the other is, even within government, the fact that technology is expensive. And the fact that URA has initiatives to find that balance where you're not overshooting the costs, but yet delivering value in terms of technology. So for me, those two were things that stood out for me.
Okay.
In terms of the questions you asked about ensuring connectivity.
Yes.
One, I'll take it back from the National Broadband Policy of 2018 that insists that all Ugandans must access services without discrimination. Now, from that policy, at the UCC then what we did is to change our licensing framework. One, to ensure that telecom operators are able to give coverage of 90% geographical coverage to Ugandans. So it's part of their licensing obligations that they roll out, or they give us a plan that demonstrates that. And every year we do issue compliance certificates to them to ensure that we are tracking that plan and seeing it through. But secondly, from the Universal Access Fund, we also partner with them to ensure that we extend connectivity to areas that are underserved. Ordinary areas that would not make business sense for someone to put services there. So we partner with them to ensure that we reach those areas as well and have connectivity there.
All right. And what you're actually saying is that for our officers down at Ngomoromo, I'm not sure you've heard of that, but we have a station way out there that if they have to submit a report about goods that are going out or coming in, they will have connectivity. In as much as it's far, it's distant, it might not look possible to send services there, they will have connectivity. And that's partly what our IT team does here, ensure that our staff, as they deliver on their services, actually are able to connect and do that. Absolutely. Okay. Absolutely. And that means for us to be able to do this in a manner that is both sustainable, is value adding, we must be able to draw certain insights into how we are running our tax administration work here. And so my next question goes to the only lady at the panel, Miss Pamela Natamba. You interact quite a bit with us, and you provide tax advisory services to your clients, who are our clients as well. And so from the outlook of what you have seen, what does it take for these digital strategies to be successful?
Okay, thank you, Jesse, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Perhaps I'll first start by adding my voice to the previous panelists to thank the URA, but also to congratulate you on this milestone, because when I started my career in tax, supporting taxpayers many years ago, we were doing everything manually. We were filling in manual tax returns. We had to walk to the URA to sort any challenges that the taxpayer everything by the click of a button on our computers, I really must congratulate you. You've done a great job. To your question, I think one of the things that, and I'm speaking from the experience dealing with taxpayers, one of the things that is critical for the success of your strategy is having buy-in. I guess that sounds like an obvious point. Buy-in both from the perspective of you, the administrators, and the teams that you work with that are supposed to help the URA implement this strategy, and also buy-in from the perspective of the users who are the taxpayers. And there are many initiatives that we have utilized, ranging from registration for taxes, to being able to comply and file your returns, to payment of taxes, all the way to responding to assessments and audits. And sometimes you will realize that if the teams at the URA are well equipped, it makes that process a lot easier. If the teams, on the other hand, are not well equipped or not familiar with some of these processes, then we struggle to resolve any of these issues expeditiously, but also in a manner that then creates a collaborative approach. So yes, buy-in and making sure that all the teams are aligned on the side of the URA. And on the side of the taxpayers, again, buy-in in terms of what is it you're introducing. Have they been consulted in the process of introducing these very wonderful initiatives? Have they been given time to process what you're introducing, to explain their unique circumstances of the businesses that they operate? Because while you will introduce a very good initiative, if it does not speak to me as a taxpayer, if I struggle to use it, if I struggle to give you the right information that you need to input, then you won't get what you need out of that process. Because like with any technology at PwC, we call it tech-powered, but people-led. It's what you put in there. If you put in poor quality data, it's what you're going to get out. If you put in quality data, you're going to get positive results. So those are 2 points. The one that I would also mention is the ability to use these systems, the data, meaningfully, so that it then helps you expand the tax base. And I think the Commissioner General spoke to that. So you will measure your success by saying, when we introduced, for example, IFRIS, or when we introduced e-tax, how did that help us get more information, which information then helped us to reach more taxpayers and expand our revenue sources?
Yes,
Thank you.
true. And to that, Robert did speak about reaching out, but also the quality of the information and data that we share with each other as well will be absolutely important. Thank you very much, Pamela. And for us to be able to have that collaborative interaction, we know that there are countries that have done this, and they have platforms that work seamlessly, that are very integral and collaborative. Our guest, who is our economic advisor at UNDP, has had a wide scope of experience, and because over the last decades, many Asian countries have been able to test and implement digital tax administrative initiatives, and they are working well. So I would like to ask you to share some of the good practices, because even as we have enumerated all these great ideas, what must we keep at the forefront as we begin the engagements to deliver, as we seek for continuous improvements and simplify it for our taxpayers more? So what good practices must we keep our hands on?
Thank you. Yes. First of all, before I go into the sharing Asian experiences, I want to actually congratulate Uganda Revenue Authority for not only actually launching this very comprehensive digital taxation strategy, but also doing a number of innovative initiative which I was privileged to go through the contact center, data center, and other things. It was really remarkable that perhaps Uganda is one of the top digital tax administration within the Africa continent. So I want to first recognize, congratulate the Uganda Revenue Authority for pioneering, for that kind of strategic leadership. Now, like Uganda, almost all Asian countries, I was privileged to actually work about 25, 30 Asian countries, and I have visited several countries, many times. So last 20 years, Asian countries was doing a similar digital taxation strategy. Almost all the countries now completed what Uganda has also achieved. The initial waves of digitalization of tax administration, the electronic registration, e-filings, e-payment, e-auditing, those all have been, almost all the country has done. The second waves, the last 5 years, at least some of the emerging countries, they are moving to the second wave, little bit more advanced, actually, the leveraging the artificial intelligence, actually technology, predicting, actually, they're trying to now analyze the citizen behavior by machine learning, other type of instrument. Basically, they map out all kind of online social media engagement, also try to map out all kind of the transaction data, whether it's the travels, whether it is the procuring car, two-wheeler, whatever it is. So they kind of, you won't believe that the government actually in many countries like China, Asia, is trying to monitor, try to address the tax avoidance and the tax evasion in a big way. They are able to now offer, in the last 3-4 years, many countries now offer electronically, automatically free-filled tax return for the citizen. Basically, the machine is a fill up your tax form. All citizen has to do is that basically review whether the data which you actually, on behalf of you, filled by the machine is accurate. If not, make some small adjustment and submit. So that is the situation. Thanks to such things, almost more than 15 Asian countries, like Uganda, had a huge increase in the tax GDP ratio. Like some countries achieved 10% increase, some countries increased 5%. I'm not going to detail. Let me highlight specific country, like what some of the emerging country, what are some of the least developed country has done, so that you would actually situate Uganda's situation in Asia. Country like China introduced what they call it the golden tax system. Basically, they are using all kind of data to the commercial data, other kind of data to predict the people actually spending behavior, income behavior, and then predict that the tax potential, try to do that. And they also identified 1,000 the top highly paying taxpayers, and they are trying to focus a specific initiative to do that. Businesses and other people, the 1,000 taxpayer initiative. So these are some of the initiatives China has done. Similarly, India also first started with the digital and the direct taxation side, like simple, like what Uganda has done in the last 5-10 years. They've done that. In the last 6-7 years, India has reformed the indirect tax system. Basically, they amended the Constitution of India to introduce what they call it goods and service tax, to basically to merge all kind of indirect taxation to have one umbrella taxation through automatic system. And as thanks to that, in the last 10 years, India able to raise the tax revenue over 303%. So massive increase. So similarly, Nepal is a least developed country a landlocked, developing country, low-income country. It's the situations is similar to Uganda, where I used to work for some years.
Okay.
Nepal also has done similar reforms. Nepal also made a remarkable progress. In terms of lesson learned, what are the lessons we could learn? The experience in Asia shows that, yes, the digital transformation in the tax administration is needed to address the tax evasion, tax avoidance, all kind of things. But mere looking into the e-filing, e-payment, e-refund, e-auditing alone is not going to actually get more revenue. So basically, you need to back up with the data analysis. Like try to link with the different type of data to identify the citizen behavior. The next actually lesson learned is that you need to have a holistic user-driven approach, integrated approach, because the digital transformation, URA alone cannot do. It has to be done with the various ministry, department, agency. You need to bring into that. The third one is the importance of advocacy outreach activities. The people need to aware of that, how easy in e-filing, getting e-payment, those kind of things. So then in terms of way forward, I would like to highlight that as the Commissioner General indicated, the launching, the opening of a state-of-art data center. Many countries in Asia launched similar data center 5 years back, 3 years back. So the important point is that the URA need to actually invest to connect both state, non-state actor data system. You know, there is a big data. The government can actually, the URA could also map out all kind of data available from the Facebook, Twitter, all kind of other things to integrate, to do that. Second one, the real-time taxpayer support, which you are already been doing. The third one is actually the importance of data security. Many countries has invested. I'm also happy to actually hear from the Commissioner General and other colleagues that you are also investing a lot to the data protection, data safety. So that sense, I'm really impressed the way the URA actually identified the challenges, identify some of the best practices in Africa, other countries, and try to, follow that best practices in this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And I think you have underscored the importance that technology is not just going to churn out anything. We have to be able to use it, and the people have to use that data, and therefore we must have the skill to interrogate whatever platform we are using to get to the services. And talking about platforms, I know that Mr. Tadeus is here representing the largest group that we interact with on a day-to-day basis. And these have the potential to actually pivot us from where we are now to getting the target that the minister was telling us that we need to get to. So in as much as we have launched this digital dream, what would you want to see URA do to make this simple, to make this, and to provide support so that our colleagues down there who are running the hustles on a daily basis can actually comply on an easy level?
Thank you. Just I need to make some correction. I'm the acting chairman of CASITA.
Oh,
and I'm Dr.
apologies.
Musoke Thaddeus Nagenda, PhD.
Thank you.
First of all, I want to congratulate URA for this great strategy. And then also I want to thank the Honorable Minister. As CASITA, we are working closely with the Minister of Finance and then URA, we are partners. We are so happy for this great strategy. First of all, we have a challenge in the business community of perception. At times you You know, we want easy things. Most of the things we want them to be delivered at our shops. So, and then we have been losing a lot of money through middlemen.
Yes.
So we think with this good strategy, it's going to ease doing business.
Mm-hmm.
And then, luckily enough, I had the presentation of the Commissioner General, where is even availing a chance to our members who are not complying.
Mm-hmm.
So where there is majanga, it's high time to make sure that
Come
how
clean.
do you
Yes.
comply.
Yes.
For sure, when I was moving around with the team, in my mind, I was talking with my spokesperson, Mr. Sechito. I said, Robert Tulina. Reason, with this innovation, for sure, any Ugandan, you're supposed to comply.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, with this good strategy, I'm sure on our side, we in business, is going to level the ground for competition.
Mm-hmm.
If all of us can pay the taxes, it means so the competition ground is going to be leveled.
Yes.
So it will be very unfortunate to have been competing with some comrades where they don't pay taxes.
Mm-hmm.
So if there is no way you can compete with someone who cannot pay taxes, of course we shall be running out of business. So that's why we decided as Kasita, can we partner with URA?
Mm.
Can we work together? Can we sensitize our comrades to change their perception towards tax compliance? And by the way, URA's strategy of engaging the taxpayers, I think it also has several results. Lately, you find it so hard when Kasita we are organizing a strike, because we have several engagements with the URA, we have several engagements with Ministry of Finance, so we are consulted in policy formation, and then we try to design strategies of transferring back the information to our members.
Yes.
So I think with this strategy for URA is so good. And then what may be where we may have some challenges, you know, at times we have a perception that we fear change.
Oh, yeah.
You find that now, like when my comrade, I think, will be presenting for Stanbic Bank, the banks also have adopted the digital strategies.
Yeah.
But again, you want all of us to go in the bank and congest the banks.
Mm-hmm.
So I think with this, I request URA to make sure that they design ways of interesting more people to utilize the digital systems, because they simplify the process. And even what has interested me, even the transparency. There is no way you can negotiate with someone, even if you request for a brown envelope. It's so hard. How are you going to request for a brown envelope when you cannot know the person you're talking to? So for sure, I think it's going to ease the tax money's strategy of collecting taxes.
Mm-hmm.
So before I was coming here, I was trying to consult from different sectoral leaders, because currently we are transforming Kasita into a multi-sectoral association.
Okay.
And that's why it's Kasita Uganda, a multi-sectoral association with different structures. So I was consulting my comrades that what are the challenges we are finding into these digital strategies of URA. You know, it's so hard to find a trader praising URA. But they told me, and now for this issue, for this new code, where you can pay for the presumptive tax.
Yes.
It eases the whole process. Even there is no way you can hire an auditor. You just through the simple word codes, and then you pay and you clear.
Mm-hmm.
And then I asked them, then what about the issue of the pricing? The pricing. Okay, the pricing. There were some were complaining that the pricing a little bit high, like for the digital stamps.
Yes.
But the response I was getting that URA is engaging them. So when URA continues engaging different stakeholders to get feedback, I'm sure it will improve these platforms, and I'm sure it will improve the relationship between a taxman and the taxpayer.
Good.
You know, one time I was on a TV show, and then I was appreciating the initiative being innovated here at URA. So one of the panelists told me now, Mr. Chair, a rat praising a cat. It's unbelievable because at a certain level, this cat will eat you. Be careful. I present.
Thank you so much, Doctor. And I think from you, what we get is continue engagements, engage, and because information simplifies response.
And by the way, what maybe I can add on, I wish the guys from National Bureau of Standards were here. We have issues. After clearing, again they delay us for a month, 2 months. So I think also, Honorable Minister, let us also finance National Bureau of Standards to be more digital.
Absolutely.
Honorable Minister, I was requesting, can you allocate something for National Bureau of Standards to be more digital, to ease the way we operate? That would be so wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, and what, Doctor, you have said is that, okay, we already see action happening across the floor here. So yes, continue the good work, and our collaborations will definitely continue hereafter. And you mentioned that Stanbic has walked this path, and in a minute or so, because I've been told our table has been set, in a minute or so, Mr. Gabriel, what lessons would you share with us so that even as we roll out all these platforms, we continually improve on our client experience? Thank you.
Thank you, Jessie, and good afternoon, everyone. And again, congratulations to the Revenue Authority on this remarkable milestone in your digital journey. It's really a pleasure to be part of it. Jessie, maybe I'll highlight about 3 key milestones in terms of lessons that we've experienced. Lesson number 1 is, contrary to popular belief, the critical investment is in your people. Your people first, even before the technology.
Okay.
Because, your technology, your customers, your stakeholders, the critical interface in there is people. So invest in their well-being, invest in their learning, and their growth, their development needs. It will go a long way in easing the delivery of your strategy. Your people are the custodians of your strategy and all your ambitions. So that's a critical lesson that has been for us. Second is, involve your technology partners right from the start, and I can tell that that's something that URA has gotten right. A lot of the time you lose so much in resources, whether it's time or money, because you've had a conversation, it has lasted 12 months, and now you're trying to bring it to life, and you're only bringing in your tech partners, and then there's that friction. Maybe it's not possible, or maybe there's certain investments that should have been made much earlier in the process, in parallel. So that's a critical part. Bring them on board, let them be part of the journey. And closely related to that is, put the customer need first, pivoting off what Mr. Tadeo just mentioned. At the end of the day, it's all about the customer. Understand their persona. And there are different segments. They're not all the same. Sometimes you might have 5, 6 categories of customers.
Sure.
And you can't deploy one solution that will work for all of them.
Yes.
The definition of digital could be different for all those 6 segments of customers. So understanding what their transaction needs are, understanding what their fears are, their tech savvy level, all of that is important. And closely related to that is, involve them as much as possible in your solutioning. So co-create with them.
Yes.
I'm sure Tadeo would be a valuable insight in creating that customer journey, whether it's on a online banking or USSD. He'll tell you, this is challenging. Could this be placed here? Could this be,
Thank you.
So that's really the critical lessons I would say we've learned.
Okay, absolutely. So build the people will deliver the business.
Yeah.
Okay, and in order for people to deliver the business, we need a national backbone. set up. So, Collins, what plans do you have to, just in a very simple way, what does the national backbone mean for Thaddeus here, and what are the plans we have to make that solid? You may need to issue a few requests to the Honorable Minister as well to support you on that. So please go ahead and share with us.
Thank you, Jesse, and thank you all. I'll be as brief as I can because I bet we are standing before the lunchtime. Let me say that, first of all, as the National IT Authority, or NITA Uganda, I want to speak as a regulator now and just thank URA. And Honorable Minister, I just want to thank the CG and the URA team. From regulatory perspective, URA has been a leader, an IT leader, working on efficiencies, and they have been recognized for using technology to serve the people better. So I really want to thank URA and thank the leadership team. Commissioner Robert, I mean, you're all blessed to have a brilliant commissioner here with you. If you don't pay him well, I think NITA will be able to take him sooner than later. But allow me to say that, first of all, you may have seen the Honorable Minister, you saw the young dancers who are here.
Yes.
That represents the Ugandan. Ugandans are young, they're energetic, they are technology savvy, and we need to begin to think technology first when we are serving our Ugandans. And I think many times we are thinking about serving traditional means. Now I'm in my mid-40s, and unfortunately, I realized with the Ugandan population, I am now in the last oldest 10% of the population. 10%. And I can see many people here also who are in that bracket. Yes. It means that the population that we need to serve better is below 40. 90% of the Ugandan population is below 40. They are young, they're energetic, they want to use technology. So the government should not be waiting for the population to come to them. The government should be going to the population, using e-governance, using smart ways like the systems you have all seen here. And that's what my job is, trying to connect Uganda, help with the digital transformation journey. So I just want to say that, number one, URA has ticked all the 3 A's that we use to measure. Are your systems and strategy, is it accessible to Ugandans? Yes. Now it's accessible. You can use phones, you can use a Kabiriti, you can use a laptop, you can walk into a branch. So URA has ticked accessibility. URA has also ticked affordability, because now with your phone, you can now access services and file your taxes. So that is a big plus. It has also ticked the availability. You know, services are good, but if they're not available, if your systems are always off, you will never be able to do e-governance in the right way. So URA has ticked those boxes. And I want to thank URA from a regulatory perspective. I want to say that if you want maybe, Honorable Minister, I'm going to say, and members of Parliament, if you want to understand the significance of URA and the IT systems, if you switched off the IT systems of URA for 6 hours, just 6 hours, I'm sure CG will say 1 hour, the amount of chaos, trouble, money lost, time lost, traders at customs borders in trouble, tells you the nature of the digital importance in Uganda. If you efficiently manage systems, they are working. If they are not available, we are also in trouble. So I want to thank URA for that. But allow me, even just as I answer your last part of the question, to just ride on to what Doctor said, since Honorable Minister is here, is to say that all these systems, and the members of Parliament are also here, all these systems are good, but if they are not accessible to our citizens, then we don't have it right. They must be connected. But what's most important, and I was hoping that I can speak to the Minister. I see Andrew Mwenda is speaking to the Minister. So let me get the attention of the Minister briefly. Andrew, don't shoot me when we are out of here. But I never get a chance to have the Minister and the CG in the same room. And let me speak as an ambassador for digital transformation. Honorable Minister, we cannot speak about all these digital things that we're doing right now if smartphones are still expensive for our Ugandans. We cannot. And I'm a government official, so I'm very careful how I'm saying this because I need taxes to pay my salary. But I think it's important that we look carefully at the tax regimes and policies and reduce. There's a particular band of entry-level, affordable smartphones that our youth that you saw dancing here, our people in the rural areas in Hoima and in Kabong can afford. You can tax the phones that our parliamentarians have here. They have iPhones. And people have here Samsungs. Tax those ones. But don't tax that 400,000 and below smartphone. You will see the digital transformation in this country. The accessibility, the move. So I am happy to share a paper with you that helps to really work that policy, and I hope the Finance Committee will support us. But let me say this also, because the Ministry of Finance has supported NITA to rationalize and to provide services for connectivity. We want to connect the whole country using the backbone that you mentioned. Because smartphones and internet are the two ingredients that actually transform a country.
Yes.
You must have a smartphone, but a smartphone without internet is useless. So last month, we lowered the price of internet within government by half to $35. It's now come down to half the price. But it's still expensive by international standards. So we need to lower that even further. So as NITA and the Ministry of ICT, we're looking at how to penetrate the country further with fiber optic to lower the price of internet. So we hope that in the next 4 years, we shall reach every parish with connectivity using the UDAP and Phase 5 processes that you know, Honorable Minister, through the World Bank and Exim Bank. Using those projects, we want to reach every parish in the next 4 years with connectivity. So that's the backbone that you were talking about. That's our dream, that's our desire, and we are just 53 districts so far connected on the backbone, but we have about more than 140 districts right now. So we still have work to do at NITA and the Ministry of ICT. We look forward to providing that leadership.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen of the panel. I know it feels like we have just started the conversation, but we have many channels through which this conversation can go on our Twitter handle, the different platforms that are available. I would like to thank you so much for giving us the jaribu, which the Swahili would say, and we look forward to more collaborative engagements. Thank you for supporting us and partnering with us. We will be seeking out more engagements because the teams seated here cannot drive the information alone. We are going to need to pull our hands together to make this happen. So ladies and gentlemen, thank the panel for me for this very brief snippet that we have worked on together. Even as I release you to go back to your seats and I hand back over to Mr. Mugisha. I hope I have tried.
You tried.
Please do
you,
tell
you
me.
You dearly tried.
Thank you.
You were between us and lunch, and I kept looking at people. Instead of looking at you badly, it is me they were looking at badly. So for every minute I came to talk to you, somebody had sent me. Trust me. All right. Okay. Can we give the panel another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Honorable Minister, we are done. Just only two asks. One is that we have a couple of certificates you're going to give out here to our great innovators at URA. And there is a beautiful cake that has been prepared, which we will cut as we go for lunch. So that you will not sit again. Immediately you stand here, we will not get you up. So before I invite the minister, can I invite the very first category? These are awards for the URA staff who have been driving innovation for the last 3 years here at URA. And they have different groups and categories. I want to start with Touchpoint, and the people that baptized this as Touchpoint. You will be represented by Aubrey Muzora. So can we have that certificate very close here? Honorable Minister, please come with the CG. And the chairman of the Finance Committee, and the three of you, and Sheila. Sheila, I think it would be right for you to be here as our key stakeholder on innovation here at URA. So the certificate will be awarded to Aubrey on behalf of the Touchpoint team, all right? But the Touchpoint team is here. So you will stand in the background as they receive. So you let's go up, yes? So the team in red are the ones who named the touch point, huh? Okay. This is our touch point team. Aubrey will receive on behalf of touch point. The whole touch point team is here. Our next recipients are USSD. Clearly, it's an IT language. USSD, Jole Waswa, please come. Jole is receiving on behalf of the team. Thank you very much, Touchpoint. Next is USSD. Jole is receiving on behalf of this team. This team included Nicholas Taibo, Mario Studiasingura, Sentamu Walter, Okello Joel, Saidan Amirembe, Jimmy Kansime, and Noela Kakai. That is USSD. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for USSD. Our next is IFRIS, our IFRIS team. So to all the taxpayers, this is the IFRIS team. And Hassan Wasaja is representing the IFRIS team. Hassan, very quickly, Hassan, we don't have a lot of time. You're between us and lunch, huh? All right, so this team had Hassan Wasaja, Eima Twine, Nancy Katsime, Michael Kwagondeza, Deze, Enos Wakoko, Dick Oluge Edward. The IFRIS team. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The next team is BWIMS, BWIMS. Basoba Charles is representing the team. Charles, please come. I don't know if Charles is here. If your team representative is not here, I will ask the other person. Is Charles here? But I see it had Charlotte Abasa, Grace Atujuna, Sheila Kobuso. Well, I'll stay with the Sheila name. Marjorie Nakato, Enoch Munyagwa, Rutabura Robert, and Amy Jean Omega. Can we get a representative from the BWIMS team? Are we getting a representative? Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. A rep is coming. At least one of those who were mentioned is coming. Next is e-learning platform, and I want Robert Wamala to come closer. Robert, you will be next after the BWIMS team. And we have a representative here, so they help improve efficiency in revenue mobilization, the BWIMS team. Please give our BWIMS team a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Robert Wamala is representing e-learning platform. Yeah, she's representing the team. All right. Robert Wamala is representing the e-learning platform team that had Rogers Lumala and Michael Marembe. Robert, thank you very much to you and your team for the cost-effective training platform for both internal and external stakeholders. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Next is a very interesting team, URA TV. URA TV, I know Keen has not seen your registration yet, but URA TV, Solomon Chimbugwe, you're representing this team, but please come with your team players. They also want to appear on URA TV because we are streaming live right now. So you must appear also on URA TV. So this team had Solomon Chimbugwe, Michael Masembe, Michael Kavma, and Jackson Mukonyezi. There you go, Honorable Minister, that's the URA TV team. They haven't registered with NAB yet, but they are coming. They helped improve URA's internal communications, but also the stakeholder communications. Next is the Research Lab. Research Lab, Tina Kaidu will be representing the Research Lab. Tina, they help implement a secure research data laboratory facility, second of its kind on the African continent. All right? So we want to appreciate this team, Tina and your team that are represented. Tina was working with Nicholas Musoke, Norbert Afia, and Agaba Gerald. All right? Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Research Lab. Next is the data center migration. Data center migration. Jackson Serunjoji is representing the team. Jackson and some of your team members. This team has Eria Kaduli, Irene Chisache Henrietta, who I worked with a very long time ago at NTV. It has Ismail Kalanzi, Mark Wagubala, Max Mike Ayoti, Nicolas Seremba, Norman Bakablindi, Ronald Murunji, Sad Lawrence Mboga, Simon Peter Matovu, William Cheswa, and Flavia Nabunya. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the data center migration. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This built our Tier 3 data center, which will guarantee a high level of availability and reliability. We want to thank you. And finally, the new taxpayer ledgers and web return forms. This team will be represented by Charles Opio. Charles Opio, please come and represent your team. This team included Charlotte Mole Nampija, Sharon Proskovia Auma, Christine Mirembe, Gary Chizito, and Flavia Nimanya. Ladies and gentlemen, this team helped with the simplification of the taxpayer ledger for ease of interpretation by staff and taxpayers, as well as implementation of correct tax accounting rules, including interest payment. All right? Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for new taxpayer ledgers and web return forms. Honorable Minister, now we are moving to cut the cake. We are done. And the moment we're done with cutting the cake, we'll move down. I will ask the Commissioner General to usher yourself and the UNDP country representative plus our committee, finance committee, to lunch. And that really will mark the end of our digital launch. So the cake detail is very simple. You count from 3 and everyone will just support you in cutting this cake, which will signify the official launch of the digital strategy by URA. So 3, 2, okay, I'm glad the city commissioner is here. All right. 3, 2, 1, 0. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I want to thank all of you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. Honorable Minister, the Commissioner General will guide you to lunch. And that really marks the end of our digital strategy launch. Please do not go without having our lunch. You all have been invited to lunch. And I want to ask Sechito to come and pray for our lunch. Let us have more inclusion. So I'll ask Issa Sechito to come and pray for lunch. Only lunch, sir. Don't add other things.
Oh Lord, our loving Master in heaven, we thank you for all the time we have been here. It is indeed a pleasure and a happiness to have such a wonderful facility at the URA. It sends a message back home. And when I say back home, I mean all of you taxpayers, please wake up, because we don't want URA to leave us miles away. This is something so achieved. I pray for the food that we are going to eat, that it energizes us, it gives us the wisdom, because God, if you don't keep the city, the rest are wasting their time. In thy name, I pray.
Thank you very much, Issa. You know, you give Issa a microphone at your own peril. And I was really praying while you were praying that we stick to the guidance I had offered. We want to thank you all for coming, ladies and gentlemen. You're being ushered to lunch. Our team will guide you to the serving center. The same center we had for breakfast is where the lunch is being served. And then we'll return to the room and enjoy our lunch. On behalf of the URA and our partners UNDP, we want to thank you and wish you a good afternoon.